I do believe, representing friends, but also speaking on behalf of many of my colleagues working for IGF, I believe we need to work out solutions that will help us confront the challenges without giving up on that initial concept behind the Internet. The challenges that I can envisage are as follows. The first one is the lack of balance, the digital divide. Yes, there are a few countries, a few states that are monopolies of artificial intelligence, encryption, but the rest of the world is lagging behind, and what that results in is a digital divide. Weaponization is another challenge that I can see ahead of us, namely people who apply digital solutions against peace, against global well-being and peace. And so disinformation, data manipulation, these are examples of weaponization of the Internet. Often these are cyber criminals that we speak of, but often there are entire states that are to blame. And there's a number of external factors, negative external factors to be taken into account as well. Some business models, business algorithms behind many enterprises generate such externalization, and it is not only the industry that generates problems. Still, I do believe that acting jointly we can solve the problems. If countries are to react in an authoritarian manner, in a manner that would be far from democratic, then states themselves would turn out to be a threat. And so we need to come to terms with the challenges and overcome them without risking an authoritarian and undemocratic action. France has been involved in that process. President Macron spoke in 2017 at Sorbonne about those challenges. What he said was that Europe should come up with a digital framework so that Europe does not need to emulate the strongest, the superpowers, because a strong European Union is what we need very much. The IGF forum that was held in France, President Macron also emphasized the need to come up with a new legal framework and to pave a new path forward for the development of the Internet, acting in conjunction with the legislators. What he spoke about was that a very specific legal framework was needed, and that the big tech companies should be on board. But even without the assistance of the big tech companies, we will succeed. We need to act jointly with many different stakeholders, and what we strive at is efficient multi-stakeholder initiative. Many of you have been involved in such multi-stakeholder initiatives, so we also appealed to focus more on cybersecurity. The European Commission is also very active in that realm, and now we have 350 different associations and 700 companies, and jointly we have been working on ensuring cybersecurity. What I'm interested in is that the large industrial or technical groups, as well as the representatives of the world of academia, they have said that what we've done is crucial, even though it is not yet sufficient. And it's well said indeed, because what we need to create is security by design. Companies need to work out good practices in order to be able to fund a significant change. wherever there is the necessary political will. We've discussed many different steps that could bring us closer to solidarity in the realm of cybersecurity. We have published reports of 6 task forces just recently, and now we can propose it to the United Nations that a joint program of action is launched within the UN structures so that we can have an implementation tool to be able to implement the new policy of reliability. 54 countries support that instrument, and I do hope that at the next General Assembly of the United Nations we can adopt that new mechanism. We've discussed the attack in Christchurch in New Zealand when a mosque was attacked, and later on many of us worked on removing the pro-terrorist content from the internet while respecting the principles of transparency and democracy. What is also important is empowering all the entities, coming up with the necessary legal framework, with the necessary emergency protocol. And so we have been working on the European legal framework for counteracting terrorist and preventing terrorist content on the internet. And similarly, we have also been supporting different initiatives related to fake news. Well, I'm not really going to dwell on fake news, but what we have also been supporting is the initiative of Journalists Without Borders and the Forum for Democracy, because what we believe is necessary is the removal of fake accounts, the tracking of overt disinformation on the internet. The journalist information on the internet should be reliable. We want journalists to be politically independent and financially independent. And the information that is published on the internet should be of high quality so that fake news do not pose a threat. So this is what we strive at. We have ambitious goals ahead of us. I could speak at length, but I will now be interested to listen to the remarks of other panelists. And just to wrap up, what I'd like to say is that if we wish the new legal framework to be implemented in line with the rule of law, we need to base the new legal framework on expert knowledge. We need to ensure that we understand how technical companies operate. Often we lack the knowledge. And so we have launched a cooperation platform. It is an open project, and I have posted a link to that initiative in the chat box. I think it's really important that all of us, companies, associations, universities, and researchers, join forces so as to be able to better understand the different modes of operation behind the confidentiality policies in companies. We need to know how it works, how it has been evolving. And so this is our proposal, to join forces and to work together. We've also been working with TOSBAC, and we've analyzed 700 different contracts already. And so I think we can now talk about an entire internet community that has been looking into the issues of cybersecurity, and I am sure that we will be successful if we don't forget about the underlying concept behind the internet.
Thank you, Henri. That's excellent, and thank you for the link. I've no doubt everybody will be actively pursuing that once we finish this session. We're going to go now to Craig Jones, who is the Cybercrime Director of Interpol, and Craig is going to give us his perspectives on the major trends. Craig, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chris, and welcome to everybody. So, from Interpol's perspective, if we look at the current threat picture...
Craig, sorry, it's Chris. Up to you, but your video is turned off at the moment.
Sorry. There we go.
Now we can see you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So, as Interpol, then, we look at the current threat picture through a national, regional and global lens, and dependent on the sector and community being impacted, we also see the maturity of digitalisation or connectivity playing into this as well. We've seen this going way beyond the borders, and we've spoken about that at length, but we've certainly seen now that the recent shift towards governments, businesses and key infrastructure and even hospitals. The criminal use of information communications technology poses a formidable challenge to security worldwide and also inhibits the potential of digital economies. As we're saying, much of this has been discussed over the last few days here at the IGF. Recognising the magnitude of the problem, Interpol plays a key role in addressing cybercrime on a global scale in support of our 195 member countries. Our most recent assessment underlined that during the COVID-19 pandemic and beyond, it opened up new avenues for cyber criminals to carry out various forms of online crime, again, regardless of the region. We saw the prominent threats, again, the ransomware-based extortions, business email compromise, cyber and phone-based frauds, illegal data harvesting operations, and also misinformation. And then we saw the re-emergence of older types of malware repurposed to take advantage of a global pandemic. So the cyber threat landscape in the past year has exponentially grown in the scale and impact of these threats, as criminals and fraudsters have been exploiting fundamental social needs and continuation of anxieties in the cyberspace during the COVID-19 pandemic. We've received numerous requests from member countries to address ransomware attacks against hospitals and other health institutions who were on the front line in the fight against coronavirus since March 2020. And again, this was covered in a session very well yesterday. By attacking these critical infrastructures, criminals have been shown their will and power to maximise both the damage for their targets, but more importantly, for their own financial gain. We know ransomware attacks are not new, but they are the fastest growing form of reported cybercrime. Ransomware provides a highly enticing and lucrative business model for cyber criminals with the use of multiple extortions and the ransomware as a service models. These attacks are not always sector specific, but they are financially motivated, with the financial gains being channeled through virtual currency networks. While the need for physical money muling networks has reduced, in part to the pandemic and restrictions in travels, the criminals have adjusted the business model and the changes globally and regionally. Indeed, they've made the criminal enterprise more efficient and effective by being early adopters of the technology. In addition, we've seen complex cyber frauds hitting victims in Europe and proceeds being routed as far as West Africa and Southeast Asia within hours. Data breaches also continue to occur, causing significant financial loss and impact to businesses. At the same time, cyber criminals are hiding in the darknet that can provide anonymous and untraceable access. The convergence between cyber and financial crime is posing a complex challenge. This entails multiple phases ranging from cyber attacks to data exploitation and then to money laundering phases of layering and eventual cashing out. The use of virtual and cryptocurrency in this process can also hinder effective and timely response. Given the complexity, a joint operation model is required, combining the capabilities of different specialised units in law enforcement to better combat cyber-enabled fraud and money laundering. To offer the full array of operational analytical support in this regard, Interpol launched the Global Financial Crimes Task Force for Law Enforcement at the end of 2020. And within Interpol's Global Cybercrime Programme, we're seeking to address these challenges through providing regional threat assessments. Recently, 2021, we published one on Africa, and also for the ASEAN region. We're looking at the regional model for operational coordination, and this is setting up of regional desks, and this is being built. Trust, though, is crucial. We need to go beyond the geopolitical boundaries that are being followed. As a neutral organisation, Interpol develops secure platforms for communications amongst all of our 195 countries for law enforcement, but also for private partners as well. We need to induce that trust in technology. We have a successful legal framework for information sharing with our private sector partners, and again, inducing that trust legally. Our model is reinforcing people, process and technology to deliver the global programme in combating cybercrime. So just a few of the lessons that we've learnt. There's a different role of law enforcement, a more international than local and national in combating cybercrime. Taking a multi-stakeholder approach and working closely with private partners, international organisations, NGOs and the CERT communities. Rethinking how we build out the policing model to protect life and property and prevent crime in the era of digitalisation. Technology can help by learning safe behaviours, but we need to build with security by design as well. And also, what are the effective deterrents? Is it only about arresting or disrupting the criminal business model? It is important to know where and how they operate in cyberspace in order to achieve this. Law enforcement does not always have the resources nationally or internationally to operate within this space. And my final point is this session, trust. It has to be built within the law enforcement community. We again follow those geopolitical lines and boundaries. Interpol is finding a better response collectively with the private sector, first responders and other international organisations. But we need to continue to build on that trust model within the online community. Thank you very much, Chris. I'll hand it back to you. Thanks,
Craig. And we can see you sitting up there on your own on that stage, and wish we were there with you. Well done on making it. 10 points to you. That's what I say. And we'll come back to you later on to ask some questions about the points that you've raised. Right, so we're going to move on now to a couple of case studies, and the first one is going to come from Josephine Ballon. And Josephine, I think if I'm not mistaken, you have some slides that you wanted to use. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct. Thank you very much. I will just share my screen for a little presentation. I will approach a topic from a quite specific civil society point of view, which is the view of the victims of online violence. These are the people that we are taking care of with our organization. So, yes, we are Hate Aid, and I'm the head of legal at Hate Aid, and we represent the interests of the victims of online violence. We offer counseling to those affected from online violence. We give them like a first aid package to provide emotional support, and we also offer cybersecurity counseling since secure passwords and also the question which personal information can and should be found about me online has become very, very relevant in our world that is taking place a lot on the internet and on social media platforms. We also offer communication counseling in order to help the victims deal with the situation and help them to find out what is the right reaction in their specific situation right now. We also have a strong interest in law enforcement, which includes criminal complaints, but also litigation financing that we offer against the online platforms, but also directly to the perpetrators. And we, of course, offer help in legally secure documentation of hate speech incidents, as this can also be a challenge for the victims already. And, of course, as every NGO, we also have strong interest in creating awareness. And, we see ourselves as the attorneys for those affected in the debate. So why is it that an organization like ours is needed? And I have to say that Hate Aid was founded around 3 years ago. And since then, we consulted more than 1,500 people in Germany and supported more than 150 with litigation financing. And we are still the only nationwide consultation center in Germany. So we are still quite unique with what we are doing. Why we are needed? The question is quite easy because all these things have become normal on social media. We see hate speech, we see insults and defamation in the commentary sections of social media. We see that activists, journalists, and politicians, especially on a local level, are very vulnerable on the internet these days. We see that young women receive dick pics like all the time when we look at young activists or influencers. This has become really common. But we also see that personal information is misused a lot to harass people and to not even insult them, but also to intimidate them and really scare them. And we even had cases where people had to move because their personal address landed on the internet, and it was just not possible to remove it entirely and make sure that they are safe. And we also see that the misuse of pictures and even the manipulation of pictures, this is not always nudes, but all different kind of pictures plays a huge role also in the setting up of fake profiles and the spread of lies about people. So these are mainly covering the main topics that we are dealing with and that people reach out to us with. We see that especially marginalized groups reach out to us, and that also intersectionality plays a huge role here. So the more criteria that comes together, the most likely it is that you will be attacked on the internet. But we see especially that people that speak up for our democratic values on the internet are in specific dangers, which is journalists, activists, politicians, and everybody who wants to express their opinion on the internet. Online violence is everywhere. Now, this is something that we have to be aware of. We conducted a survey in Europe and found out that in the European Union, 60% of the users overall have witnessed online violence already. And with the young adults, it was 91% of the users that has become a victim of online violence and that has witnessed online violence. And we saw that 50% of the young adults that were asked have become a victim already. So it's every second young adult that has been a victim of online violence in the past. Although it looks like now everybody is very, very hateful and is just spreading this hate on the internet constantly, it's actually not the case, because the amount of people who is spreading all this online violence is actually quite small. This is what many studies have found out now, but they understood very well how to manipulate the algorithms of the online world and how to also use the electronic means to be very, very effective with what they are doing. There was a study conducted that found out that in the hateful commentary sections of Facebook, for example, it was only 5% of the users that were responsible for 50% of the likes to hateful content. We also did a smaller study with regards to the German elections that we just had, and found out that in some major shitstorms that some politicians experienced, we saw that there were more than 4,000 comments that could be broken down to only about 200 accounts that were spreading all this hate. The problem of all this is that not only the victims are intimidated and they will think about it twice if they want to post something on social media, if they want to participate in a public debate where that takes place on the internet mainly these days. We see that it's also the bystanders, the people watching what's happening there, that are just becoming a witness, start to withdraw from the public debate and do no longer express their political opinions, but also other opinions. We see that from study to study, this does not longer make that much of a difference. And we see that people change their behavior on the internet and do no longer participate, which creates a very weird bubble where the very few that are very loud and aggressive seem to be the majority of people and seem to represent the majority opinion of our society. And we are convinced that this is a real threat to freedom of speech and a threat to our democracy that has to be considered in the debate about how online privacy should work and how we want to design our internet. We have to make sure that the internet is a safe space for both sides of the spectrum of freedom of expression. And this is where our organization steps in, and what we also aim at with our work. We want to empower the users so that they can persist in the public debate and that they don't have to withdraw from it. We are the first point of contact. We help with a consultation in emergency situations, but also in long-term planning and in long-term strategy, because many of our clients do not only have one incident and then it's done. They come back all the time, and also, online violence spreads very fast, and we almost never deal with only one incident at a time. We support with law enforcement and litigation, so the people can defend themselves. And of course, we want to deter the perpetrators. We also have a cooperation with a specialized cybercrime unit here in the prosecution in Germany that is very, very helpful because civil society has to play a very important role in bringing the cases and building trust in the community in these public institutions. We also communicate our successes to show that it's worth it, and of course also to deter the perpetrators, but to empower the victims with communicated and that some other people have been successful is a very, very powerful tool. And we also sensitize law enforcement, judiciary, and politics for the needs of the victims, which is also a very important part of our work, because due to inactivity in the last few years, there is a lot of trust lost, and we see ourselves as the bridge between the victims and the public institutions here. And we also influence the legislation to improve the protection and the overall circumstances. And I can tell you with regards to the discussion later that platform responsibility and platform liability of big tech companies is a very, very important part of this work. So thank you very much for your attention. I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much, Josephine. We're going to move swiftly on now to Russia from Amnesty International Russia.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for having me on this panel. Just a quick intro into Amnesty Tech, which is the program that I'm the director of. Amnesty Tech is a multidisciplinary team of technologists, human rights researchers, lawyers, advocates, and we're working to ensure that advancements in technologies protect rather than undermine human rights. Now, today I'm going to talk about a trend that we've seen and that we launched an investigation on in partnership with many journalists in the summer, called the Pegasus Project. And that's the trend of unlawful targeted surveillance. Before I delve into the Pegasus Project, I just want to contextualize the work that we have done on this issue. So over the years, Amnesty International, as well as many other NGOs, researchers, academics, have noticed that there's a pervasive lack of transparency around the use of targeted digital surveillance and the role of the private sector in facilitating that surveillance. And what that has done is it's impeded an understanding of, and indeed accountability for, the severe human rights impacts that we've seen of this cyber surveillance trade. And we've long cautioned that a few hard-won insights that we have gained regarding, for example, NSO Group and a handful of other cyber surveillance companies such as Hacking Team and Fisher were really just the tip of the iceberg. And so in July, we launched a collaborative investigation, which involved 80 journalists from 17 media organizations in 10 countries, which was coordinated by Forbidden Stories, which is a Paris-based media NGO. And Amnesty International, so our Amnesty Tech Security Lab, which is based in Berlin and comprises technologists who carry out forensic investigations into unlawful targeted attacks. We were the technical partner in this investigation. And what this investigation did was shed light on just how states' use of targeted digital surveillance tools, in this case specifically Pegasus, which is supplied by one of the industry's most prominent companies, which is Israeli company NSO Group, is utterly out of control. It is threatening individuals' human rights, including their physical safety, on a systematic level, and it also is destabilizing to national security. Now, just very quickly onto Pegasus spyware. By nature, it's designed to go undetected, and it's considered one of the world's most intrusive commercially available surveillance tools. Now, when this tool is installed on your device, so on your phone, for example, it allows an attacker complete access to the device's messages, emails, camera, media, microphone, calls, contacts, so basically into the target's entire life. Now, what this investigation uncovered was that human rights defenders, lawyers, activists, journalists, politicians across the globe were potentially targeted with this spyware. And to talk a little bit about figures, this is over 200 journalists from at least 20 countries, hundreds of politicians, including 14 heads of state. And what that really shows is that it doesn't matter whether you're a journalist expressing criticism against your government. It doesn't matter whether you're the head of that government. Nobody is safe from the reach of this spyware. Anybody can be targeted. And I won't go into too much detail on examples because I know that we have limited time, but just to mention a few, there was a case of a journalist in Mexico who was selected for targeting with spyware just weeks before his killing in 2018. More than 40 Azerbaijani journalists. In India, at least 40 journalists were targeted with the spyware. The investigation identified journalists working in major news outlets, including Associated Press, CNN, New York Times, and others. And even post the launch of our project in July, more and more cases have been emerging. So we're still getting many, many reports of people's phones being targeted and successfully compromised with Pegasus spyware. Human rights defenders in Palestine. Just yesterday, we published an investigation into the targeting of 4 human rights defenders in Kazakhstan. And also last week, Reuters published an investigation into the targeting of 9 US State Department employees. To talk quickly about, in view of the systematic targeting of civil society using this spyware, I just want to touch on the real life impacts that it has had on the people who've been targeted, whether or not they were successfully compromised. So obviously the right to privacy is engaged here, and we describe this as a global assault on the right to privacy. But it's also important to remember that it's not just about the right to privacy. And what the investigation and the stories that were uncovered illustrate is a really disturbing link between targeted digital surveillance, privacy abuses, and then other human rights abuses. Now, of course, freedom of speech is a key one, which was violated. Journalists, human rights defenders, and others targeted with the spyware. The right to life, the right to security of person, the huge psychological impact that this has on people. And it's important to remember that the mere threat of surveillance, it doesn't matter whether or not you're actually successfully surveilled, that the mere threat that you may be also has a massive chilling and silencing effect, and it really contributes to the overall shrinking of the civic space. Now, just to sort of wrap up and talk about some of the recommendations that we're making in view of these really important findings. What the investigation showed is that NSO Group spyware is really the weapon of choice against civil society for governments, and it's been used to attack and silence journalists, activists, and others around the world, and essentially to crush dissent. What this also shows that it's an incredibly unaccountable industry, as well as an unaccountable sphere of state practice that needs to be regulated meaningfully. We have a huge gap in international regulation regarding the export of these types of technologies, and this shows why it's so important that states do meaningfully regulate this industry in line with human rights. And so one of the things that we've been calling for is obviously regulation of state practice over the use of these surveillance tools and over the practice of surveillance, but also regulation on an international level to govern the export of these technologies. And I'd be very happy to expand more on some of the issues that I've raised in the discussion. Thank you very much.
Rashta, thank you very much. Yes, we could have a 5-hour discussion about that, I'm sure, and hopefully we'll get to some of it, although time permitting. So we have a group of discussants, Bart and Anastasia and Latha and Catherine and Liesl. I'm going to ask you, I know that you may well have points you specifically want to make, and that is fine, but I'm going to ask you to talk to 2 specific questions for a reasonably brief period of time so that we can generate a discussion, and we're also going to take some questions from the floor. I'm going to go to you in no particular order, but the questions are, how should we move forward with refining and implementing cyber norms? That was a clear takeaway from the prep session. And the second one is, how will we know that the mechanisms that we've put in place to deal with cybercrime are working, are satisfactory? In other words, what does success look like? I've been around for a very long time. Pre-internet crime, general crime, has always been a problem. It's never solved. We seem to think, sometimes I think we think we're going to be able to solve cybercrime in a different way to the way that we solve crime. So I'm very interested in your views on that. And once we've heard from our discussants, I'm happy for others to come in as well. And we will take questions from the floor. I acknowledge there have been a couple. I'm going to go first to Latha, if that's all right with you, Latha, and over to you.
Thank you so much, Chris. I take your point that you want us to concentrate on how do we move on norms, was one of the first questions you raised. And what I want to say is the UN efforts, the efforts the whole world has made in the UN are very commendable. Whether it's the UNGGE sessions that have stuck at it year after year, whether it's the open-ended working group, whether it's the high-level panel set up by the Secretary General, whether it's the roadmap, the UN has done a great deal to put this issue center stage. You know, that we do need norms, that we do need some kind of regulation of the internet. Why have we not really been able to come up with binding norms which have consequences? Is the question, you know, because all along the discussion has been about voluntary norms. But I think if we are to address the question of attribution, of accountability, and of consequences to be faced by offenders, without these elements, I think simply voluntary, non-binding norms are not going to fit the ticket. I think this is the basic handicap that we've been facing on norms. Now, I personally think that the IGF or the IGF Plus, the platform on which we're speaking today, the IGF is perhaps a more promising area because the IGF has made more efforts to bring in government representation. The MAG has certainly been strengthened. And the parliamentary delegations, I think, were a very important development. The last IGF I attended in person, which was 2 years ago, we certainly had many members of parliament there from several countries, but not enough. But I think that if that school of thought could be followed, that would be a genuine multi-stakeholder forum, which I think is very, very important. Because if you don't bring in all the stakeholders, this is always going to remain a problem. How do we measure success? I would say if we have norms that work, we will achieve some measure of success. So I think it would be putting the cart before the horse to say, let's define parameters of success before we see how we can move forward on norms. I'd also like to talk about other efforts in this. I was very interested to hear what Hate Aid, Amnesty, and others had to say about how they help victims. There are many other groups who are doing very commendable work. And of course, we all know what is happening on social media these days. But since you asked us to limit our opening remarks to 2 minutes, Chris, I'm in your hands, and I'll stop now, but I hope I can come back to some of these points in the later discussion.
Thank you. I appreciate that. As you know, in these sessions, time management is a tough job. I'm wondering if perhaps we could turn our minds to updating our expression "cart before the horse," which seems to be a very pre-internet expression, and maybe we could come up with something that might be more relevant to the internet in the future. Let's go to Bart. Bart, over to you.
Hello, good morning, or at least it's morning in The Hague. As European Parliament's chief negotiator on the new cybersecurity legislation that will come out in the next couple of years, I'm very busy negotiating at this moment. But what we're trying to do is basically create resilience in the entities that we want to protect. So we're hastening our cybersecurity posture. And later next year, the European Commission will come with, so that's with entities. Later, the European Commission will come with proposals regarding products or connected devices, smart devices, but also hard and software products. So those are the two main efforts that Europe is doing to keep us safe. But to come back to your question, Chris, it's very important that we do not just look at hiding the barriers and making sure that we don't get hacked. It's also good to look at who is exploiting these favorable conditions, who's behind it, why. So what Europe is also doing is creating a cyber toolbox for sanction regimes. We've extended that also to say something about Josephine's great story, to hybrid toolbox, which could respond to below the threshold threats, how we call them, like cyber sabotage, cyber espionage, but also against election interference, economic coercion. Europe is becoming more and more normative in the global space. And that is, to answer your question, how do you make norms? It's also by upholding it. What I'm appalled by is by many government leaders around the world saying, well, this is a tweet saying our government of X, Y, or Z condemns this horrible cyber attack, and then doing nothing. That is in fact communicating that there should be a norm, but not doing anything means there is no norm for the perpetrator. And that is what I think that we're in a phase of actually communicating norms here. And how do you communicate norms? Well, Europe is in the process of making new instruments, using agriculture, using migration visa, using sanction regimes, using access to the internal market. We are becoming more and more of a geopolitical player, and I very much encourage that. We shouldn't just heighten our security posture, we should also do something about the perpetrators behind it. A geopolitical order has to be upheld. Now, that's my 2 minutes for now. Back later. Back to you, Chris. And it would be great, Chris, if you could unmute.
I shall unmute. Yeah. That's the first time I've done it, to be fair. Yes, I was going to throw a question in if we had time, which you've kind of addressed, but I'm going to just sort of regurgitate it, which is what I've written down here is how can we have an open and honest multi-stakeholder collaboration on cybercrime when some state actors are contributing disingenuously, which is kind of what you've just said. And I wasn't sure whether it was too controversial to throw in, but now that you've mentioned it, I'm going to put it out there and see if anybody wants to respond later on. But thank you very much for that. Let's go to Anastasia. Anastasia, over to you.
Hello to everyone, and thank you so much for providing the floor. We've been participating at the IGF for the second time as a teams from Kaspersky, unfortunately on the virtual format. Hopefully physically it will be also possible because we heard lots of the really good and experience from the community building through different days of the IGF. Also focusing on the key questions about the refining and implementing cyber norms, I would say that implementation surely does happen already and in different parts of the world and across different sectors. The question is, do we have a sufficient knowledge about how they've been implemented currently and what challenges particularly arise across different developing countries, more capable private sector and less capable, including small and medium businesses, and all the other also non-state actors in civil society and further. So I guess this is a key question. How could we learn more what should be done to support those who need it with the norm implementation, and what good practices could be shared with each other. One of the key practical examples within the best practice forum, which Tal mentioned, we also looked into how particular security incidents have triggered the norm development, norm implementation. That was really truly international research that we did. I was personally working with a Heartbleed vulnerability case, and I needed to conduct the interview of the different security researchers based in the US, in Europe, and in Russia as well. And the key question from my side was, did you know about the particular cyber norms, specifically the norm on responsible reporting vulnerabilities, to implement this? And of course, the question was no. But does it mean that actually the security researchers didn't follow really good practices of the coordinated responsible vulnerability disclosure? Of course, no, they did. They just didn't know about what actually states are doing within the UN. And it's definitely here's some gap. And the IGF, I think it's one of the key places to close the gap, to make sure that those the work of the security researchers, of the incident responders, of the diplomats, of the academia NGOs could be less happening in silos. About the implementation as well, throughout the last week of the IGF, definitely there have been lots of the really good workshops. We particularly conducted the workshop on the helping to understand how the norms and the critical infrastructure protection are happening and how the integrity of supply chains also could be ensured. There have been also really interesting workshops about learning how the digital security of products is happening, looking at the normative practices and regulatory practices coming from the US. US does a lot of great initiatives in this regard today in the European Union. Bart also mentioned we all, I think, looking closely what's happening with the NIS directive and what will happen next year with the security of products and the European cybersecurity certification. It was also great to hear the views coming from the Asia Pacific, but I think we need more and more diverse views, learning what actually challenges again might happen down. And the last point probably from my side, we also wanted to make some practical exercises, because I believe that IGF needs more and more workshops to practically help raise cybersecurity talent and help actually to do more practical capacity building exercises. So we tried again, unfortunately in a virtual forum, but we did organize the game for non-techies to learn the complexities of the technical attribution together with Deepler Foundation. That was really an interesting experience, a lot to learn how to improve the user experience, again, given that we all located virtually in different parts of the world. But thank you so much for this opportunity. And again, I'd like to highlight the IGF is one of the great spaces to connect the dots of the different communities. Thank you.
Anastasia, thank you very much. Let's go now to Catherine. Catherine, over to you. You're on mute, Catherine. You're on mute. Okay.
Thank you very much, Chris. And I'm not going to say last and not least, because it is the position of Africa that we are always questioned last.
You're not actually last. There's Liesl to follow. There's Liesl to follow you. I left the US till the last.
Never
make
mind.
A political statement.
Okay, so I agree very much with Glada that maybe the reason why the norms have not had impact is the critical questions of accountability. And of course, there's a technical problem of attribution. And then the issue which is very important to developing countries, which is about redress, reparation, and repair. And I was very impressed with Josephine's work in hate aid, because I think there are many places where the impact on the individual is not really addressed in any comprehensive way. But you can carry that up even to countries that even if the perpetrator is caught, if critical infrastructure built at great expense has been destroyed, countries have been reluctant to commit themselves to provide any type of redress unless on a voluntary basis. Now, I'd say we have to go deeper, and that is we now have a global infrastructure with very complex applications, which are political, social, financial, and of many other types. and which involve individuals as well as organizations and governments. And I think this has created a cultural misfit, because never before in the history in the world have we had to develop a culture that encompasses such complexity on a global scale. Now, that may sound very theoretical, but I think those are some of the questions which, in a multi-stakeholder fashion, we need to discuss if we are going to have effective solutions which have impact. I would say we have two approaches, because I think there isn't much time left. One is that there is a culture that will evolve, but that happens very slowly, but it will be helped by dialogue at IGF and other forums so that we all listen to each other and to our solutions. But there's also the solutions which are coming very well from a region such as Europe or the Asia Pacific, where they're able to design and test solutions. And there, the important approach is the information sharing, so that other regions can also learn from that approach, which I hope will produce results much faster than the evolutionary approach, where we just recognize that there's an issue and we hope that solutions will emerge with time, which of course they will, which is why human beings have survived this long. So I'll stop there, but I'm listening carefully to the discussion, and I'll be very glad to engage as we go on.
Thank you, Catherine. Appreciate it. Liesl.
Thank you, Chris. And this has been a really rich discussion, not just in this panel, but certainly over the course of the week. And it was great to hear the summary from the preparatory session, which I think put a lot of fodder for the presentations. To answer your first question, I would say that, we, I think as somewhat of a surprise to some, including possibly the United States and Russia, we were able to come to consensus on the norms on the GGE report and the OEWG report this year. And it not only affirmed the norms and, frankly, the broader aspects of the framework for responsible state behavior, like the applicability of existing international law to cyberspace and confidence building measures. But countries also committed to work with others to implement the norms and express how countries do it themselves and how they can do it with other countries, and also with other stakeholders around the world. So that commitment is also a sort of a step ahead, a step forward to, I suppose, refining in defining the norms themselves, how to adopt and adhere to them, and how to implement them in your own national context. So as we move forward, I think that's a very positive step, and that consensus that we built is one, despite all of the trends of challenges that people have mentioned, and they are not to be belittled. But one trend, positive trend, is the consensus that emerged out of those two reports. And going forward, I think capacity building is a huge component of that, and the United States is committed to doing that in many ways, and working with other countries and organizations like the Global Forum for Cyber Expertise. To answer your second question, well, I don't know if, we used to say that security is a destination. It's not a destination, it's a journey. And I think that's probably going to be true for many things. But I think there are indicators or benchmarks that we can point to, to be able to say if we have more trust than we did, or we know it's more satisfactory than it was. One would be, of course, if countries could, if they take efforts to build up their laws around crime and then the use of cyber-enabled crime to be included in that, and as such, take efforts to, I think somebody said, investing in the law enforcement community to actually prosecute and investigate and prosecute those crimes. So that is one thing. I think from a behavioral standpoint, if we see changes in methods and behavior in the criminal community online, that's one indication that things are working. One thing that we I do think that even though, I think Latha makes some very good points about how to know if the norms are working. And while they are non-binding, they are also, they're not self-enforcing. So we as a community have to step up and figure out ways to raise the cost to malicious actors, to undertake malicious behavior in cyberspace, and impose consequences that is sort of an enforcement mechanism in itself. The United States and many other countries have called out countries when we see their malicious activity in cyberspace, and there are other things that we can do, such as sanctions or other things that increase the cost for that kind of behavior, whether it's criminal or state activity. I know that's there's a lot to cover in this, so complexity and convergence and collaboration are all good C-word trends. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you very much. Latha, I can see your hand. I'll get to you in 1 second. We're going to go to questions in the second, once we've heard from Latha, and questions are on the chat, and also questions from the room. So, Latha, over to you briefly, and then we'll go to questions.
No, I just wanted to say, that there was a question for me, actually, which I was responding to from Wolfgang Kleinwachter, my good friend at the IGF. And he asked what these consequences could be that I talked about, when I said that people should face consequences for violating norms. I'd say you'd have to have a different set of consequences for states and for non-state actors. Secondly, I'd say you have to have a ranking for the severity of the violation, to say, is it moderate, is it severe, is it catastrophic, etc. And then you'd have to have a list of responses. And as I said, there would have to be a separate issue for states and a separate issue for non-state actors. For example, a non-state actor could face criminal charges. You could put him on an Interpol red corner notice list. You could prevent his travel. You could freeze his assets, the things we traditionally do to criminals. Obviously, with the states, it's much more complicated. Rather than name and shame, I would say name and negotiate before you get to the stage of shame. So that was really what I wanted to say about this. And I also wanted to mention other efforts or norms, such as the Paris Peace Call and, our own work at the Global Commission on Internet Governance and the Global Commission on the Stability of Cyberspace. Time permitting, I'd like to get to that as well, because I think these efforts can reinforce what's happening in the UN and in the IGF. But for now, I'll stop with this because I thought I'd answer the specific question put by Wolfgang. Thank you.
Wolfgang. Latha, thank you. That's very much appreciated. And that's exactly why we're here, to deal with those specific questions. I've got a queue of people who want to speak. I'm going to get to in 1 second. Before I do that, let me just throw quickly to Lucien, who's in the room. Lucien, over to you.
Thank you, Chris. I would like to remember in the room, if you have any question, please raise your hand, and we have someone that will give you the floor. N'hésitez pas à poser une question et à lever la main si besoin. I have 2 people asking.
I'll come back to you in a second, Lucian, to take those questions. I've also got a question in the chat, but I'm going to go to our discussants first. Craig, then Liesl, then Anastasia. Craig, over to you.
Yeah, thanks very much. I was just going to come back to Lafa's point about where we take the actions. One of the ways we're looking at the model now in the crime is to prosecute where the actors are actually based. So taking the evidence from one country, and then identification of the threat actors or non-state actors in another country, then prosecuting directly in that country rather than have to go down the extradition line and things like that. That's still a useful tool, but effectively then that gets the law enforcement community in the countries working, cooperating more effectively. One of the projects we have currently at the moment in Africa is doing exactly that. We have an Africa Joint Operations Against Cybercrime desk funded by the United Kingdom, and that now has a team in the ground doing that sort of work. And on our website there's details of that. But again, it's trying to change that model of policing effectively so you don't do it with one hand tied behind your back.
Fantastic, thank you. I do want to get to questions, so I'm going to ask our discussants I'm not going to stop you speaking, but if you could be brief, that would be fantastic. Liesl, you're next.
Thank you, Chris. Maybe just a two-finger. On the, Lafa's good point about naming and shaming should be naming and negotiating. I actually think that there should be, coming from the State Department, we think that, we don't think that this is something without diplomacy, right? So there's lots of conversation. We built a framework that the negotiation before the naming. And so we have a foundation from which to point to say that this is what the responsible behavior is. So it shouldn't be necessarily a surprise. But also there are many aspects of that kind of framework that require and welcome diplomacy as well. So negotiation, but also discussion. Thank you.
Super, thank you. Let's go to a question in the room, then we'll come back to I'm following the queue I've got in front of me. So, Lucian, the first person in the room, please.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Cory Doctorow from the Electronic Frontier Foundation. Thank you for that excellent presentation. I heard a lot about vulnerabilities and security, but I kept waiting for someone to talk about extraordinary access and lawful interception, as well as the hoarding of 0 days by intelligence agencies, and the roles that governments play in systematically undermining the security of the services we all rely on. Could some of the panelists comment on that, please?
That is a good question. I'm going to ask if anybody wants to comment on it before I go back to the queue. Open up your microphone and speak if you do. I'm not feeling the love that anybody wants to comment at this stage. So let's take that under advisement and move back to it.
Chris,
okay, Bart. Yes, go ahead, Bart. Yes.
It's a good question, right? So the 0 day factories that we see around the world are somewhat privatized. That's for the NSO group, for example, that's been briefed on by Amnesty International, and some of it is in government hands. There are a couple of worrying trends. The first of it is, listen, the Chinese have stopped looking for 0 days in international contests with coordinated vulnerability disclosure following. They've said no Chinese can compete. We do our own CTFs in China, and you give 0 days to the Chinese government first before you disclose it to the vendors. That's very problematic. I think that there should be an international diplomatic effort to address this. If you combine that capability with the huge effort that China is taking for intellectual property theft and otherwise cyber operations, it's not the best prospect for the world and the digital security that we face. Secondly, if you look at Pegasus, it's extremely problematic that the Israeli company NSO would export that to countries like Hungary or Poland, etc., and other Saudi Arabia. But let me also address that if every country would go after these 0 days to hack legitimate targets, that would not be beneficial for the internet either, would it be? So we have to find a balance there. And I think that it's all around export controls, like Amnesty also said. It's about the Wassenaar arrangement that the countries have to sign up to. And diplomatic pressure, like the State Department just said, is key. So we can't ignore the fact that we sometimes need 0 days to get to endpoints, to legitimate targets. And also the Interpol director would agree that sometimes you have a severe criminal and you want to get into that communication. Sometimes you can't get into that communication without 0 days, so you can't exclude it. But what you can do is regulate the export, more oversight, better democratic standards. And that's what we have to do together. And especially with the diplomats here, I think that we could, if we would just have the political will. And we from Europe, we have that will. And back to you.
Art, thank you. Anastasia, you want to comment? Then I'm going to go to the question from Dakar. Anastasia, go ahead.
Thank you so much. I would like probably to complement and thus present the perspective of the industry to what Bart said about the Chinese rules and probably any future rules that the government might follow here as well, tackling the use of the zero-day vulnerabilities and answering that the question. I think we do have, as a global community, the normal and responsible reporting vulnerability, but we actually, it's, well, honestly saying it's really sounds general, and more specificity would actually be necessary in this regard, particularly to, if it's possible, to somehow harmonize the approaches of the governments to the vulnerability treatment overall, and to increase the transparency on the vulnerability stockpiling, vulnerability used by both states and non-state actors. I think it will be really important to implement, keeping in mind that still the technology that we use remains global, the technology that we consume, distribute remains global, and the harmonizations on the rules across the governments, how the vulnerabilities are being treated, it's one of the key actually to make sure that the industry would not be actually torn between different rules and thus will contradict to the rules of the one country while following the rules of the another countries in reporting the vulnerabilities. And the other aspect I also wanted to mention here, I would agree and align with the comments said before by Director Jones about the cybercrime and the more capacities and the more, focus on the law enforcement capacity building. And certainly we know that the cybercrime and the international responsible state behavior are two different processes within the first and the third committee. For industry, for the police, it might actually be very close topics, but those is a separate process. And of course, the content and the expertise is important, but it's also important to make sure that the process is clear, that the process is aligned. And if it is somehow will be possible to ensure that the first and the third committee process will be aligned, I think it would be also really important key to further success in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Anastasia. We're going to go to the remote hub in Dakar. Then we're going to go to with the question in the room. We're going to pick up those two questions, and we're going to get responses. Josephine and Catherine, I know that you want to speak. I will get to you. Dakar, over to you.
Thank you so much for allowing Dhaka Bangladesh Remote Hub to ask the question. And moreover, Dhaka Bangladesh Internet Governance Forum is so grateful to be a part of this IGF 2021 forum. We get lots of information from this IGF. So our question is, we know that young generations are more vulnerable part of cyberspace world. How can internet governance work for saving them by building a data layer on social media or websites? Especially, how can Internet Governance Forum work with those companies who provide this type of service? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dakar. We've got that question written down here, and any of our panelists who want to speak to it will be able to do so once we've taken the other question from the floor, and then we're going to go to each of our panelists in turn to make some remarks. Go ahead,
Hello,
Lucien.
My name is Dr. Haru Al-Hassan from Nigeria. My question is that I need an explanation from experts. How can nations mitigate cyber threats sponsored by state actors? As we are aware that some countries are training cyber militants for launching attacks on other nations. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think we have to some degree addressed that in the comments that we've made, but we'll pick it up as we go through our speakers. Josephine?
Thank you. Yeah, I can also pick up the first question because it's related to what I wanted to say anyways. I would really appreciate such an attempt to also come together with the big tech companies on this topic on an international level here, because we have to be aware that oftentimes accountability, but also all kinds of law enforcement really end at the national borders. This is something that we have to be aware of, and this does even happen within Europe. So it's even harder to find a global solution here. And we have to just be aware that these companies are located abroad and delivering their services to the whole world. And that's something that really needs to be addressed, because I think we've seen also that the time for self-regulation is somehow over, because it just did not work. There were many attempts of making the industry self-regulating them, and this is just something that brought us to the situation where we are in now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Catherine.
Thank you very much, Chris. I can address Daktari's question as well as just commenting on some earlier. Yes, I think the UNGG efforts at the UN and the open-ended working group are very much trying to address the state-to-state issue in terms of the kind of impacts that states can get, whether they either weaponize the technology or they engage in other activities. So this is dealt with in 4 areas, at least. There are the norms, which tell us the basic infrastructure, institutions, and practices that should be in place. There's international law, which hopefully gives a place to go when there is such a state-to-state conflict and there is an aggrieved party. There's the issue of confidence-building measures, which help us to reduce the tension between states that occurs when such incidents are either threatened or they take place. And there are also the capacity-building measures, which should be done in a globally cooperative way, because there's the principle of the weakest link, that if there are some countries who are not able to appreciate this technology, then they are in a better place to be misused by bad actors. The last point I want to address is just on the question from the colleague from Dhaka. And this is, I think, something which needs to be a very important subject of discussion at the IGF and other forums, which is the fact that there's a high payoff for crime and bad behavior on the internet, despite our efforts, both at the local and the international level. There are too few of the criminals, whether they're individuals or whether it's states behaving badly, that actually suffer for their actions. And when this is combined with the diminishing opportunities for youth in developing countries, you have an explosive mixture, because many of them are going to choose the internet as a place to perform crime. So I think as we think about all the other
I think we've lost Catherine. I'm assuming you guys can hear me. So on the assumption that you can, we seem to have lost Catherine. So let's thank you, Catherine. Oh, you're shaking and we can't hear you.
No, I'm done. I'm done.
Okay, thank you, Catherine. You're very kind. Thank you. Okay, we have literally got 4 minutes left, so we don't really have time for what I would like to have done, which is to bring everybody around to closing remarks. I will, however, rather than waste everyone's time by me attempting to sum up, which is probably not particularly useful at this stage, just throw open to our panelists for any 30-second last-minute remarks if anybody wants to make them. Put your hand up if you do. I will happily give you the floor if you'd like to say something to close. I do know that, unless I'm very much mistaken, I think that Russia wanted to address briefly the question on youth. So Russia, why don't you take that?
Well, thank you very much. Just wanted to say that actually Amnesty International will be launching a long-term program of work on children's digital rights commencing in January next year. And as part of that project, we see several things that can be done in order to protect children and young people online and to enable them to use such an incredible space which can facilitate their rights as well as undermine them. And I think one of the key things that we're seeking to do is really have children and young people be part of the conversation, be part of the standard setting. You know, the internet was not designed with children and young people in mind. Certainly, you know, social media platforms like Facebook and Twitter and whatever, the many other platforms were not designed for them in mind. And so we see them as a critical part of regulating the online space so that it works for them. And we also see youth-led research, youth-led campaigning as a major component to also coming up with the policy solutions that would protect them online. And just in terms of very, very final remarks, I was really interested to hear the answer about the risk of state-on-state cyber attacks, and just wanted to point out another trend that we're seeing, which is hacker-for-hire attacks. So what this means is states contracting with companies that then launch cyber attacks against other states as a sort of conduit. Again, at the risk of sounding like a broken record, I really do think that regulation at the international level of private cyber surveillance companies is desperately needed, as well as international regulation where it's lacking to regulate the state practice of the use of these tools. Thank you.
Thank you, Russia. Bart, you've got 30 seconds, 40 at a pinch.
30 seconds. First of all, we've amended on 8 different occasions to forbid large-scale platforms to follow children. Extremely important. In Europe, we will legislate, and in the current negotiations, that's still in. So Rasa, full on, spot on. The last remark on everything going on the internet with new norms, we should make sure that the baseline is clear. A free and open internet, we should not touch the core of the internet. There's more and more discussion touching root level DNS servers, also in Europe. And I will do everything in my power to make sure that we do not touch and regulate the core of the internet, because otherwise all of the other legislation that we do will be of no avail. So that's my last remark. Back to you.
Thank you very much. We need to close. It's the time. Everyone's been fantastic. I thank you all very much indeed for your time. Thanks everyone for contributing. Very much appreciated. See you all soon.
Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, everyone. Goodbye.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Ladies and gentlemen, greetings everyone. And thank you for joining this session on Best Practice Forum on Cybersecurity from wherever you are in the world, online or on site here in Katowice. I'm Yum Bunen. I'm a MAG member and facilitator of the BPF Cybersecurity. Special greetings to the several hubs with us, particularly the hub of Madagascar from the Université Ravelzon. First of all, I would like to remind that our session is fully hybrid, so do not hesitate to share comments or thoughts on Zoom. For those who are with us here, you will be able to have the mic and take the floor. That said, I'm honored to introduce this session today. Now, I would like to give the floor to Marcus Kummer, who is co-facilitating the BPF with me. Over to you, Marcus.
Thank you, Marona. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, wherever you are. It's a great pleasure to be here. I would like to just to say a few introductory words to put the IGF, the BPF on cybersecurity into the broader IGF perspective. As you will recall, the BPFs were reintroduced in 2014 with the objective to produce more tangible outcome, which has been a very frequent criticism of the IGF that it did not produce outcomes. And the BPF on cybersecurity clearly has produced outcomes. It was started in 2016 with evolving focus, and Martin will tell us more on that. And it has produced outputs every year and also shared them with the broader community, also with intergovernmental processes such as the open-ended working group in the United Nations. And right now, I think there's much talk on the future of digital cooperation. We have the Secretary General's roadmap, we have the digital cooperation, we have the global digital compact on the horizon, and the IGF Plus, which is supposed to fit into that. And there are calls, and the Secretary General has called for a more inclusive, focused, relevant, and outcome-oriented BPF. The BPFs, I think, in general, fit into this scheme, and this BPF on cybersecurity in particular, as it has been very focused and very relevant. And with that, I hand back to Martin, who is moderating the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marcus, and thank you everyone for attending today's Best Practices Forum on Cybersecurity, our final meeting of the year. As Marcus has mentioned, this BPF has had a wealth of history. We've been at it for several years, but the last few years specifically, we have focused on the topic of cyber norms. And I will actually try to briefly share with you what that history looks like. Okay, I am hoping all of you can see this at this point in time in the room and virtually. Today is December 10th, 2021. We will be covering a few topics today. First of all, I will briefly introduce you to the work that we did over the last year. We will then have a session or an overview of the work that happened in one of the two work streams focused on assessing international cybersecurity norms. And we will have a deep dive into a secondary topic where we tested cyber norms against historical cybersecurity events. And finally, we'll have a very wide panel session on several of these topics in more detail. But to give you that historical perspective that I mentioned earlier, in 2018, the Best Practices Forum started first looking at the idea of norms. And we did that not so much rooted in the ongoing discussion at the time around cyber norms, but we really stepped back to seeing what culture, norms, and values meant to different stakeholders. And we looked at the different norms development mechanisms that existed and the places where cyber norms were being developed. We found that a lot of those were state-driven, but that there was actually also a lot of emerging development happening in the technical community, in civil society, that we should not discard. In 2019, we then really looked at norms operationalization. How do norms actually get put into practice, and how do organizations that sign up to these individual agreements actually internalize the discussion there to make sure that the norms actually hold value as opposed to simply being words. And that year, we also started taking a very wide look at cross-stakeholder agreements that existed in the norm space. So we started looking at normative agreements that had participants from many different stakeholder groups and how they actually worked together, how they convened, and what they ended up writing out as they put letters to these common understandings that were developing and cascading through the community. In 2020, we took a look at normative principles in global governance. So what we really did that year was we looked at the very wide history of social norms and how they actually affected different types of governance outside of cyber. So we looked at norms around nuclear materials. We looked at various different areas to understand how norms had been effective in other parts of the global community and how we could learn from that when we develop and think through cyber norms. And so we got to this year and really spent a lot of time thinking through where can we add the most value in terms of continuing this line of research. And what we discovered was that as norms were developing, there started to be some commonalities between these different normative agreements. And we started wondering, where do those commonalities come from? What are the drivers? And in particular, we had a thesis that norms are inspired by real-life cybersecurity events. And we use the word event instead of incident because not necessarily every particular event that may have resulted in a norm developing would have been a cybersecurity incident. We wanted to leave it open that some of these events that led to impacts could actually be disclosures of vulnerabilities, discussions, things that wouldn't always fit everyone's definition of an incident, but that would have fairly widespread impact on the community, or at least required us to change our ways in certain perspective. So we brought together 3 different work stream groups. First of all, we focused on understanding the different agreements that were in place. This work, as I mentioned earlier, we had actually been doing for 3 years. So we simply continued that initiative, and John Herring and Pablo Hinojosa, John, who unfortunately is in another session right now, and Pablo, who is here representing this work stream, started together with a group of volunteers to look at all the different normative documents out there, make a selection on the ones that were most impactful from the perspective of these cybersecurity events, and started analyzing what some of the patterns and the commonalities between these agreements are. And most interestingly, also look at the things that were less common and that were more unique or less mentioned across these different agreements. Over the years, we've gradually been increasing the amount of agreements we cover from around 20 to today 36 normative documents that were looked at this year. A second work stream led by Mallory Nodal looked at the historical cybersecurity events. They started by compiling a list of major cybersecurity events over the last 20, 30 years, and then started diving deep in a much smaller amount through qualitative questioning and really trying to answer the thesis, how would a specific norm have been effective at mitigating this adverse cybersecurity event? Both of these groups have published papers which are in draft and which are available from the Best Practices Forum on cybersecurity website. So you can find both of those documents on our website, accompanied by a short 2-pager that I really recommend reading if you don't have time for the full documents. And finally, we had a work stream that was led by Sheetal Kumar and Marcus Kummer, who have been working on outreach. They've been engaging with other organizations, other bodies to understand how can we bring some of what we're learning here to the wider community and get greater value from it? And also, how can we bring new participants into the Best Practices Forum to work together on these issues and get more high quality analysis of the situation that is really emerging in this very complex cybersecurity world? So if I would have to summarize the work that we have focused on this year, it is really about identifying how the rules of the road actually meet the rubber of the road. So where is it that these rules are truly taking effect, and where are they having value? Where are the challenges? And this is what our team spent this year analyzing. Now, with that, I mentioned that we have a really interesting session coming up. I'll hand it over shortly to Pablo Hinojosa and Eneken Dick, who will talk about the mapping analysis that they performed of international cybersecurity norms agreements. We'll then go into that really interesting analysis of how have these norm concepts actually held up against cybersecurity events. And if we take more newer norms and we apply them to these older events, what do we learn? And then finally, we'll go into a panel and enrich the conversation about these two topics, with as goal to take what we learn here today from our esteemed panelists, from the different volunteers that worked on this effort, and from all of you, and bring that back into our final papers that we will publish after the conclusion of the Internet Governance Forum. So again, thank you so much for being here today. It is you who makes this effort worthwhile, and it is you who helps us make this as effective as it can be. So we really greatly appreciate your time, and we hope that you find what we have to share here today interesting. Thank you for joining, and Pablo, I will hand it over to you for the next part of this session.
Martin, thank you. It's always such a pleasure to be here with you, although not much from a dark office in Brisbane, Australia. Well, it'd be nicer to be in Katowice, close to many of you. So I am going to present some of the findings from the workstream 1, and I want to just make sure that you can see my presentation, and can I confirm that you are seeing the proper slide? I think I can see that. Yeah. Okay. So it's Eneken and myself talking about the work of the workstream 1 that Martin kindly introduced. I'm going to talk about the quantitative part of the study, and Eneken has done a really good job in adding sort of quality and texture to this work. This work has been mostly led by John Herring, that unfortunately had a collision in his IGF schedule with a workshop that he's organizing probably in a room close to this one. So I'm going to try to do justice to sort of the work that he led. However, there were a very good number of volunteers that pull up most of the work for this work stream. And this was really a best effort, voluntary type of work, which was crowdsourced and well organized by John. So recognition to him here. So as Martin said, we continue to unpack a collection of norms, and workstream 1 was tasked with the mapping and analysis of these norms and agreements. And something that is worth to remember is how the Best Practice Forum collected these agreements. So there was a special criteria, and we thought, well, these have to be, firstly, international in scope. They have to absolutely have a mission to improve the overall state of cybersecurity. And these recommendations should apply to all groups signing these agreements. And something that is very important is that this collection of agreements does not include treaties or conventions or other legally binding agreements between countries. we only focused on voluntary, non-binding norms for cybersecurity. So these are the collection of norms so far that we have been analyzing, and I think it's a very good collection. We increased the number from the previous report. In 2020, there were 22 agreements, and nowadays we have 36 agreements to work on. These agreements are either multilateral, and these are the UN agreements, such as the 2015 report of the group of governmental experts, or the recent open-ended working group agreements. The other big category is single stakeholder, mostly governmental, but there are also industry agreements, such as the Cybersecurity Tech Accord or the Freedom Online Coalition's recommendations. And of course, importantly, there are cyber norm efforts that have been agreed in a multi-stakeholder setting. They are not the majority of them, but there are important efforts there, such as the Paris Call for Trust and Security, the Siemens Charter of Trust, of course, the Global Commission on the Stability of Cyberspace norms, and we included here as well the contract for the web of the World Wide Web Foundation. So this is the collection of norms. This is our data set, and we try to make progress on analyzing these. In the previous report, I hope you have read it in 2020, the idea was to map most of these agreements to the 11 most famous norms from the UN governmental group of experts in their 2015 report. But this time, we improved the framework, the analytical framework, and we came up with basically 6 categories of norms. So we divided in rights and freedoms, information security and resilience, reliability of products, cooperation and assistance, restraint on developments and use of cyber capabilities, and technical and operational. And from these 6 categories, there were more detail, up to 26 specific norm elements that volunteers look each of the agreements and try to pull out paragraphs of these agreements into each of these categories. So this was a crowdsourced exercise. And obviously, there is the caveat of subjectivity as part of the evaluator. So we try to promote a shared understanding of what goes into each of these categories, but there is an element of subjectivity here. So obviously, the findings are not intended to be authoritative, but they are trying to expand the conversation and try to improve our understanding of these. This is John's magic heat map table, and basically the work of the volunteers went into categorizing paragraphs of each of those agreements into these 26 categories. So this is the heat map. Of course, you cannot read all of the elements here. I'm just going to highlight a couple of things. The most mentioned, or the most paragraphs of most of the agreements had these 2 elements. One, rights and freedoms, human rights in particular, which is quite an interesting finding. And a non-surprising finding that most of these agreements deal with general cooperation. John ran frequency tables with these percentages, and we can see basically two things that are relevant. Again, the general cooperation on 86% of the agreements have norms on general cooperation, and interesting 69% of them on human rights. This prioritization or this frequency was consistent with the findings of the 2020 Best Practice Forum report. And while general cooperation can be unsurprising, because obviously international norms tend to be about cooperation, what it's an interesting finding is the human rights element there. Another part to mention here in this table is obviously the less frequency. What were the things that were less frequent? And this had to do mostly with restraint on the development of use on cyber capabilities. For example, botnets were only 8%, and election infrastructure related norms were only 11% of the agreement. But something that is interesting in this general category of restraint is that most of them are referring to non-state actors. So of those that have restraint into it, only 33% relate to restraint on non-state actors. All right, so this is frequency over time. It's a lot of data to visualize, but this graph is a little bit more friendly, and it is about how these frequencies evolve through time. And we separated the agreements into year groups from 2008, 2011, 2012, 2015, et cetera, et cetera. And you can see here how consistently sort of human rights considerations have been growing through time, as well as cooperation. So another part of this exercise was a little bit of text analysis, and what we did was to put in a mixer only the operational clauses of these 36 agreements. So basically, we cut all the introductory paragraphs, we cut all the whereas and the background information, and we only left the recommendations per se. So these operational clauses, we aggregate them all together from all these 36 agreements, and we put it in sort of machine text analysis, and we produce interesting things. So here is the simple word cloud of those operational clauses, and you could see the most frequent words are data, information, security, cybersecurity, and cyber. Next are shall or state, access, and computer. These are all reflected by the size of the words here. So this is a computer-generated linkage of those most frequent words, and there is a report that we had with sort of how each of these words relate to each other, which is quite interesting. And there is much more analysis that we could do, but we couldn't finish on time. These are a couple of tables that I find relevant. So these are terms shall not. So on the negative side, this is the right side of shall not. So carry out such actions, shall not mandate the party, shall not warrant transmitting, et cetera, et cetera. And there are, on the more positive side, sort of these sentences, or shall be used, shall be an integral part, shall cooperate, et cetera, et cetera. So this is the quantitative analysis, but obviously these descriptive elements need to be considered together with more qualitative analysis that Enneken has kindly contributed to the workstream 1, and I will leave her to talk about her findings in each of these.
Thanks, Pablo. Just mindful of the time and also the fact that I will be part of the panel discussion later. I just wanted to say 2 sentences about the qualitative analysis. First, these numbers don't tell us necessarily about the quality of those norms. And one thing we need to keep in mind is that those that are more frequently cited or repeated actually tend to be the most general ones. And the idea is that without keeping that in mind, we don't necessarily understand that consensus about the topic does not necessarily lead consensus or unity in how they're implemented. But I would cut my remarks very short at this point. Thanks, Pablo, for giving the overview, and I'm sure we get to discuss the content down the road.
Thank you very much, Pablo and Enneken. And then next, we will go over to Mallory Nodal, who's actually live at the event, to share the work that she and her team did on testing norms concepts against cybersecurity events. Mallory, over to you.
Hi, thanks, Martin. I think it might be on. I just need to be closer. Hi, everybody. Wish you were all here with us here in Katowice, but nice to see you online. So I'm going to talk about the second work stream, which the report is titled Testing Norms Concepts Against Cybersecurity Events. As Martin said, our main research question was how would specific norms have been effective at mitigating adverse cybersecurity events? And from there, we planned research with a group of folks, similar to the way we approached our research last year. And we had some returning researchers, volunteer researchers in our group, and I want to thank them. Anastasia Kazakova from Kaspersky, Neve Healy, Allison Wild, Barbara Marchiori de Assis, Fred Hansen, Evan Summers, Louise Marie Hurrell, Yingchu Chen, and Apertine Vidyarthi. Also, Wim de Gazelle helped a lot. It would have been really difficult to do all of this work in the last year without their help, so I just want to acknowledge them. We had an ambitious plan to look at some of the most significant cybersecurity events of the last couple decades, not only to do a sort of general amount of desk research to understand them better, but then we also tasked ourselves with doing more qualitative analysis. We sought to interview and understand better the impacts of the folks who are most affected by these cybersecurity events, and then those who mitigated them as well. So that, as you can imagine, is time intensive, but also incredibly rewarding and allows us to really lift up the voices of those most affected into a platform like the Internet Governance Forum. And hopefully we have their ongoing involvement as these reports and findings make their way into treaty-level discussions where we can start building a story bank of how cybersecurity will really impact people in a people-centered approach to cybersecurity. So it's an important exercise. Before I get into some of what we found and because we'll also talk with some of them during the panel as well. I just wanted to talk about our methods and how we approach this problem. So we first had to determine, out of the vast choice of cybersecurity incidents that had a significant impact, which we were actually going to study. And so as you can imagine, even just that very first step was a bit difficult. We wanted to make sure that out of all of them, we had some spread, that we were able to glean a large scope of results and findings. So we made sure that the representative cybersecurity incidents we chose were spread across geography, of course, to make sure that they that we were looking at things that affected all parts of the world, that they either were successfully mitigated, that some of them were actually attributed. We wanted to make sure that the outcome was compelling as well, that they had proper scale. They really did affect lots of people or change the conversation as well. That's another version of scale of impact, that things changed as a result, right? And that there was just proper knowledge and documentation and acknowledgement of it in the larger collective imagination. Essentially, press reported on it. There was some public record of what happened. And let's see what else. We also wanted different types. So as you can imagine, a cybersecurity event, as Martin said, doesn't just mean that there was a breach or something like that. We actually wanted to take a broader view. And so we included types such as malware, DDoS attacks, persistent threats, actually technique disclosure. So that is sometimes a version of a threat, a breach, vulnerabilities, supply chain issues. So let's see, I want to make sure I've covered everything. We ended up with 9 then. So from taking a sort of global spread across different kinds of incidents, we ended up with 9 events that we wanted to learn more about just based on what was available online and various reports that have been published in the past. So most of our time, I think, was spent in this phase, really looking through the literature, trying to answer the questions, the larger question, which turned into a few sub-questions. So the larger question, would cyber norms have affected the outcomes? We first had to answer what existing norms would apply. Which norms did apply, depending on when the incident happened. Which norms could have been helpful to try to expand that more. Let's see. I'm going to just scan through a few here. I could also list them out. You can read the report as well. But one that we looked at, we did this sort of in linear time, was the CIH virus, 1999, that targeted Windows machines specifically. It certainly precipitated a whole lot of response from Microsoft at the time, which has been fantastic. As you'll note, Microsoft is still involved in this work today and is really driving a lot of it, which is excellent. We also looked at the Estonian DDoS attacks in 2007. That seemed like a really significant event just after the country had digitized almost every aspect of governance. The DDoS attack effectively took a lot of that offline. A really interesting one, as folks already on this stage today have talked about NSO Group and targeted attacks. We had one that we looked at back in 2009 was GhostNet. GhostNet was targeted at Tibetan activists, if you remember, uncovered by the Citizen Lab, and was one of the very first examples that was widely reported of these targeted attacks against civil society, journalists, and so on. That is one where we went beyond desk research and did more qualitative interviews, and hopefully we have somebody from Tibet Action who will be joining us in a little while on the panel to talk about how they were affected. We looked at Stuxnet. A lot of you will recognize that name. Certainly a case where infrastructure was targeted. We looked, because of the impact on conversation, maybe the most significant one on our list from that was the Snowden disclosures. We surmised that a lot of the norms packages that Workstream 1 was going to investigate actually were inspired by or had a lot to say about what Snowden leaked in 2013. And while we didn't see a lot of obvious evidence of that for a variety of reasons, it wouldn't necessarily be documented, we did feel that was an important one to include. Anastasia looked at Heartbleed, which happened in 2014. This affected websites all over the world using transport layer security, massive vulnerability. Similar to the Estonian DDoS attacks in 2007, came in 2018 when the Adhar data breach in India occurred. There are not a whole lot of similarities other than it's a government-level infrastructure for delivering government-level services through a unique ID. And then lastly, no, sorry, not lastly, recently, in 2020, we covered the SolarWinds attack because that was an interesting one from a supply chain hardware perspective. And that also had qualitative review, so thanks to Alison Wild and her team for that. And then lastly, we include, again, NSO Group's Pegasus. That is an ongoing, persistent threat that is software actually being sold to nation-state and non-nation-state actors to target individuals, and is still making headlines pretty much every day. So it's really good that we were able to also sort of more deeply investigate that through a qualitative review. So I don't think I have a whole lot of time left, but I just wanted to say that we gleaned a variety of findings. I'm actually going to encourage you to read the report to get the findings. I didn't want to present them because we want feedback on our process. I think that for me, there was so much that I got curious about throughout this research that I would like to have continued it. I think we should actually continue it. This is a draft report. We could take comments. We could continue to do this research on additional events. We can do more qualitative work. What I would really like to see for the purposes of continued advocacy and engagement in other norm setting and standardizing processes is actually to gather real stories, almost like a story bank, where we could keep these for future discussion and presentation when they matter, when we need to make the case that there are real people at the end of these attacks. And so I'm hoping that that can be a direction we go in. And of course, this best practice forum is an open multi-stakeholder process at the IGF, and anyone can join us if you find this work compelling, if you'd like to give us feedback on prior work that we've done or join us to do future work. I'd really welcome you to do that. So with that, I'll end and hand it back over to you, Martin, because I think we'll get into some more of the interesting discussion about what we actually found in the panel and what it all means. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mallory, for that introduction to the work that you did. It was great work from a very large team, and we're very thankful for everyone who contributed. Maybe to reiterate one thing that Mallory said at the beginning of her session, which I think is probably the most important takeaway from all the work that we're doing here. Cybersecurity events and incidents are all about impact. It is almost always completely impossible to prevent the incident outright or the event. It is very, very hard to effectively prevent all possible impact, but as a community, it is definitely plausible to reduce impact and make things lighter on the individuals, the organizations, the social structures that are unburdened by those events. And so the idea of actually introducing what the impact is on individuals, how they are affected, and how norms can help them is, for many of the participants in this group, a core objective of actually having better norms conversations. So I'm very grateful for the work that the team did with live interviews and really encourage everyone to read through the document. Now, next up, we will go into a panel session, and the goal of that panel session is to really think about how can the work that was done that is available in these two documents that we've shared here with you today, how can it become more effective? And what is actually the value and what are the drawbacks of actually relying on some of these cyber normative structures? And for that, we have a great group of panelists. And in order to introduce them, I'll actually hand it over to our three moderators. And they are the three workstream leads who put so much effort this year in the work that we're presenting here. Mallory Nodal from the Center for Democracy and Technology, Pablo Hinojosa with APNIC, and Sheetal Kumar with Global Partners Digital. So I'll hand it over to the three of them to introduce their panelists and get started with what I expect will be 30, 40 minutes of a really, really great and productive conversation.
Oh, this will be tricky when you handle a task to three people in three separate parts. I think I would prefer Mallory to lead these, but I think the importance of this panel is to sort of analyze the value of these reports from the experts and contribute as well on future work of the BPF and the role of the IGF in continuing discussing the cyber norms. I will leave my moderating task here.
Sure, I can do my best. Although you are all there and I am all just by myself over here, but that's fine. It's really nice to see all your faces. I'm going to give you the opportunity to introduce yourself when you make your first comment, rather than me doing that for you. Also because I've lost the list that was in front of me. So please, each of you take a bit of time, remembering that we have about 4 questions to get through. There are 6 of you. The first question is, what trends do you see in cyber norms development across agreements and over time? And where do you think these trends lead concretely? And if you're not necessarily speaking from the perspective of somebody engaged in norms, also talk about that and your perception of where norms are going and how they affect you. Thanks. Why don't you, in Zoom, I imagine you have some listing and you can just go from top to bottom. I am unfortunately unable to see that. Maybe I'm looking at Wim, maybe he can help me.
You are the first.
Thanks.
Okay, I can't see that listing, but I'm happy to go first. And I take it you want us just to address that question, and we'll go through each of the 4 questions?
Introduce yourself, and let's go ahead and address that question first, and you can do it briefly if you have plans to address another question more at length.
Great. I'm Chris Painter. I'm the president of the Global Forum on Cyber Expertise Foundation. The GFCE is a worldwide capacity building group, community of about 150 multi-stakeholder members, including many states, private sector, civil society. And I think this ties in I'll speak both from the perspective of the GFC, but also my personal experience for dealing with these areas for 30 years. My last government job as our top cyber diplomat in the US and involved in norms very much. Look, I think, first of all, I want to commend the work of this group. I think it's very valuable looking at how, what the trends are, what we've seen, how these have actually been used. And I think that, as I think about the trends, certainly we've seen a greater attention to these issues over the years as we've seen, more and more destructive cyber attacks, cyber intrusions. And just recently, as everyone knows, in the UN, there was quite a bit of attention with both the GFC, both the Group of Governmental Experts report and the Open-Ended Working Group report, which I think are very valuable. So I think I like the rubber meets the road sort of framing for this. And indeed, what we try to do with the GFCE is not negotiate new norms, but take the ones that have been done and put them into practice. And there was a lot of good language, I think, in the GGE report in particular about how capacity building is an important underlying part of implementing these norms. So if you're trying to implement these norms, I think the work you've done is really helpful to do that. From my non-GFC hat, I just note that one of the things when you talk about norms and their impact, norms have an impact in terms of just being norms themselves that are out there. But there's also an issue of accountability and whether there's accountability for violations of norms. And if there's not, I think one of the questions is, and I think this is subsumed in your research, what effect the norms will have if there is no accountability, if there's no consequences, if there's no calling out of norms violations, do those norms continue to have any force? And I think one that would bear even more study now is the norms from the UN, the Group of Governmental Experts on due diligence, on countries controlling malicious conduct coming from their borders. And in light of ransomware, which is, of course, what's the hot topic now, how that plays in, what you've seen, how you've seen that norm used. And indeed, I think we've seen that used over time. So again, something to say on the other questions, but I really commend this work. And I think an important pillar of this work and something I want to pursue is how we can translate this work into some of the capacity building work around the world to get more countries, more actors involved in this discussion, and also involved in actually implementing the norms to give them more real value and meaning going forward.
Great, thank you, Chris. Art? Welcome.
We can go with Sharif as well.
Hi, it's a real pleasure being in this really lively panel. I would like to highlight a few things. First, let me introduce myself. I am a professor at George Mason University. I'm a board member of FIRST.
There's quite a big echo, Sharif.
It's okay.
Excuse me?
Very big echo sound.
Okay, I'll try to use a headset. Maybe that would, make things a bit easier. So, okay, maybe that's better now. Okay, excellent. I've been a member of the UNGGE in 2012, 2013. I've been part of the process of the UNGGE as well as the open-ended working group over the past 9 years. In my home country, Egypt, I'm currently in the US, but in my home country, Egypt, I've led various national initiatives. I've been also internationally engaged with the ITU and different international fora when it comes to cybersecurity, developing norms, implementing them. With regard to the work done within the best practice dimension, it is very important to look at norms and look at the requirement of building trust and confidence ahead of cyber incident. And confidence building measures are really integral part of the process. And you can see in the UNGGE reports, it's also complementary of what the norms are about. Multi-stakeholderism is really important, involving key stakeholders, government, non-government, industry, academia, civil society is key. But if we talk about the challenges, and here also I would like to highlight, it's very important to look at best practices when it comes to applying norms. Applying norms is not just a compliance list that we have done this or that and things are fine. It is a process that involves everyone all the time in different aspects of life. To give you an example, you mentioned, for instance, botnet activities and DDoS attacks. In my home country, we had the challenge at the beginning of any incident, major incident. You get a report from a foreign country that there is botnet activity involving Egyptian infrastructure. When it comes to again the norms that address what countries should do, the first step is to take steps to mitigate that risk and eliminate it, hopefully, which involves applying this in the framework of the country, meaning dealing with the infrastructure operators, private sector. So you go to the private sector, and now you have to deal with the dynamics, security versus privacy. We had very interesting feedback and challenging feedback, I would say, at the beginning. Some of the private sector said, this is against the privacy of our clients. You're talking about botnets coming from certain IPs. Those IPs, are actually allocated to, could be banks, could be education institutions or others. And now the ISP is hesitant to communicate with the customers for fear that this is, going to be seen as if they are, spying on the customers' traffic. It requires a lot more than just saying that we have this, multi-stakeholder approach, and that is enough to deal with incidents. So I really would like to highlight it's important to, study incidents and how they play out, but also the dynamics that needs to be implemented within a country. To be able to adhere. When you say, a country is responsible for this or should do this or shouldn't do this, we should try to have best practices on really how to deploy this. Also, we had a challenge dealing with, reporting and exchanging information at the beginning. I'm talking about the process that started over 12 years ago. Initially, there are certain law enforcement, agencies, and when it comes to diplomacy, treaties and agreements, and sometimes when you have an incident, and you are talking about the technical community, incident responders, who are involved with dealing with botnet activities or other cyber incidents, you have to realize that there are other partners that somehow you need to coordinate with. So dealing with escalation and building confidence and trust within your circle of collaborators within the country is important. Also, it's important to have this multiplied at the regional level. I'm currently a member of the cybersecurity expert group at the African Union, and we share the same type of challenges, and it would be nice to recognize best practices now to deal with them. I'd like to end my intervention here, and maybe we'll have another opportunities to have comments in the coming questions. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Sharif. And coming in as one of the moderators, and just to ask Art, and perhaps come back to you as well if you have something to say on this, but one of the findings in the analysis was that, and I think there was a session about this topic as well at the IGF earlier in the week, was about the importance, having assessed the Heartbleed and the Ghost net incidents, about promoting the neutrality of the technical community, incident responders and vulnerability analysts, and the importance of that in ensuring effective and timely responses. And just wondering what you think about that finding, and also just perhaps more generally about this methodology of research that was used of engaging frontline defenders and incident responders in better understanding incidents and relevant norms. So I just wondering if you have any thoughts about that, either Art or Sharif. We can see you now. I'm not sure if we can hear you.
Yep. Is the audio okay?
Yep. Yes.
Great, thanks. Sorry, I didn't have the speaking powers a moment ago. So thanks very much for the opportunity. Very briefly, I'm Art Mannion. My day job is at the CERT Coordination Center. We are effectively a CCERT or a CERT team. I work very much with cybersecurity vulnerabilities. So these are often security bugs or defects in products or services. And the reporting of the vulnerabilities and the disclosure of them are the things I work with the most. We're also a member of FIRST. We're very, very heavily involved in the FIRST form of incident response and security teams, again, with this sort of cybersecurity vulnerability angle. In terms of the norms, this, I think, falls pretty heavily in, there's the reliability of products. So reporting vulnerabilities, supply chain, and some of the response norms. Anyway, that's where my expertise is. So, my comments are based on those areas. Certainly, those are not the only areas you're covering here. I think in terms of the methodology, as you asked, I personally am a big fan or a proponent of the testing, the cybersecurity events and the cases and the testing, compared to the norms. I think that's a very practical approach, right? You've got a list of events to look at, a list of the norms, and do they align? Do they not align? Since those events are things that have actually happened, again, very practical approach. So I do like that approach. One comment would be, if this work continues, I think the methodology is reasonably sound, but keep an eye on what's changing, what's new. Are there new norms? There will always be new events. Some will be the same old event 10 years later with new players and new things. But I think there are actually changes over time and new events. So keep up a bit with whatever's happening. The norms, so the vulnerability response and supply chain norms, I think are on a upward trend. They are more common. When I speak to people these days, they already know what vulnerability disclosure or reporting are, which is great. So I think there is growth and normalization of the norms, which is a very good thing. I'm not sure there's enough yet. We have stories of organizations being attacked and exploited and compromised with known vulnerabilities. So a vulnerability for which there is a patch or an update from the vendor, public disclosure has already happened, and yet the vulnerability management or patching race does not seem to be always won by defenders. I'm honestly not sure what to do there. I've spent 20 years advising people to patch internet-facing bad vulnerabilities as quickly as possible. It still seems to be a hard problem to solve at scale. And this is already touched on, but I do want to sort of call attention to perhaps it's not a written down norm, but in the land of cybersecurity vulnerabilities, there is very much a market for the offensive use of vulnerabilities. Even the events, some of the events listed here, right, the NSO Pegasus software, Stuxnet, SolarWinds, all involve at different points in time effectively zero-day vulnerabilities, where the offensive actor knew about the vulnerability, the vendor or provider did not, the users and the rest of the world did not. And despite our efforts to close these vulnerabilities, get them patched and fixed, and get them mitigated, again, there is an there are active markets for finding vulnerabilities, selling them privately, and then exploiting them. So I try to keep in mind that that is happening, and that is one of the factors our norms are trying to work against. And I will stop there. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Art. Really, really useful and helpful points. And would also love to hear from others if you have any reactions to what Art was saying there, including on that whole issue of the market for vulnerabilities and that wider ecosystem challenge. So if we could go to perhaps Lobsang now, I hope you're on the line with us, because it's in the research and the findings, it's very clear that the direct impact of the incidents on people and on humanitarian groups can be very stark, and I understand you were involved in some of that, in those findings, and directly impacted, of course, through your work at Tibet Action Institute. So I was wondering if you'd like to reflect on some of these findings, perhaps also on the methodology, and perhaps Mallory's idea as well for a story bank for how this impacts others. And absolutely, we'll not forget Anakin, Pablo, but perhaps Lobsang, or we can go directly to Anakin for your reflections as well if Lobsang's not here with us at the moment.
Either way is fine. So I can go next, or I can go after Anakin.
Okay, so shall we go with you first for a couple of minutes, and then we'll go directly to Anakin. Thanks so much.
So, hi everyone, I'm Lobsang, and I work with Tibet Action Institute as the Director of Technology. And in some ways, I think in terms of the norms, right, is the organization that I work for, we actually work on reducing the impact, as well as kind of looking at capacity building within the community in terms of reducing the impact, right? So when the whole question of or the discussion was going towards cyber norms, right, I think one thing that I just wanted to say was, during the time of the 2008 or 2009 GhostNet report, right, one of the major issues was attribution. And in some ways, I think there is some, whether it's a norm that's already written down, but there's been some norm that's already been set towards attribution, right? So in terms of whether, if you look at the US, the SolarWinds or others, or even the disinformation campaigns, which is not directly related to the cybersecurity incidents, but there is some norms that are being set. And I'm not sure whether those norms are recognized at the UN level, but they are being set. So I think there's a question about how some of these norms are being set and how some of these norms are being used by different states. At the same time, I really wanted to echo what Christopher said earlier about accountability, right? You can attribute as much as you want, but if there's no acknowledgement or no accountability, then it kind of comes back to the he said, she said kind of whole concept, right? And that kind of I think has an issue in terms of development of norms. So I think that's something that I just wanted to say in terms of norm development that I see. And for us, I think if you look at the 2009 attacks, or one thing that we always really wanted to know was how can we attribute it to a state? Because in some ways we know a lot of the information that was used during the attack, a lot of the confidential information that was stolen during the attacks were used by the Chinese government at that point. However, I think the question was, how do you attribute at a level that is accepted? So I think that was a question that we didn't really have an answer. Maybe that's something that's being developed right now. Another thing, I mean, like, I can speak more for the other questions, but one thing that I really wanted to, during the interview, I think one of the things that kind of made me ask a bit of the question about the norms was the question about infrastructure, right? What is critical infrastructure? And I think that's a question that, like, I tend to think about a bit more, because, like, if you look at a government, right, and I think most of us understand what critical infrastructure is, and if you look at a cert, a government cert, they understand what a critical infrastructure is. But then if you look at the civil society space, critical infrastructure for us may be our website. So if you look at our organization, TibetAction.net, that's a critical infrastructure for us, because it allows us to do the work that we do. And if that is taken down, that is actually harming the work that we do, and it has some real impact on the ground. So I think the question is, how do you define critical infrastructure? And I think if you want the cyber norms to be a multi-stakeholder norm, I think critical infrastructure does need to be redefined. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Lobsang. And it's great to hear both from you and from Art. And I think just more generally that it sounds like while we are obviously seeing a lot of challenges and increasing incidents, we're also seeing some progress. And progress in understanding what we can do. And one of the actual, I think, takeaways or key findings from the research overall was that norms are helpful, and that the norms we have today would have been helpful in mitigating some of these incidents from the past. So there's a lot to do still, and you point there to where it would be helpful to think through how critical infrastructure is defined, including from a humanitarian or human-centric point of view. So that's really key. So obviously a lot more work to do, but it does sound like progress is being made, which is always great to hear. So just turning over to Anniken now for your reflections on the findings of the report based on your very long-standing expertise here on the issues around norms. Anniken, over to you.
Thanks, Sheetal. And I guess in my mind, I still wrap my answer to around Mallory's first question, which is the trends and maybe where we're headed in my mind. I am an academic. I am part of a small institute, Cyber Policy Institute, that looks into this interstate conversations about both the development and then now implementation of norms. And why I stay interstate, I would say that the conversation has still been like increasingly between governments. And I think in this panel, we already have identified some of these the parallel trends that are yet to merge with this UN and sort of intergovernmental conversations about how to best implement the norms. So some of the trends that I think we should be mindful about, I think it's too early to celebrate cyber norms. And one of the reasons is that I guess we are a little bit operating in a bubble, meaning that while in our cyber bubble, cyber norms like politically may make perfect sense, we have to be mindful that first of all, we feel the need to enforce something that we label voluntary and non-binding, and mainly or largely that enforcement comes from the like-minded governments. And I think in this forum, we need to think about how to either broaden that community, that, whatever form of enforcement, guidance, persuasion goes into implementing the norms would be much more either like just diverse. And the other thing that I think is notable about cyber norms, that most of them are not restraint norms. So that is something that when you look at the UNGGE recommendations and then what has been suggested by the industry and by other stakeholders, in these other stakeholder propositions, there is much more expectation toward restraint than what the GGE has been able to agree, and acknowledging that the GGE, or for that matter, also the open-ended working group, only has so much time and so much effort to put into this detailed implementation. We have to be aware of these implications of first the norms being rather abstract, and what that allows in terms of different implementations, and the divergences that exist between stakeholders on how to exactly implement them. And for example, supply chain is a good example where governments and the industry that both prioritize the issue don't necessarily come to the same picture or same idea how exactly or who exactly is the key has the key responsibility for implementation. So just touching upon one of the questions that came up also in the chat about the informal peer pressure, I think these trends should make us think about or actually pay attention to where we find this peer pressure that comes from also other epistemic communities, first responders or civil society or specializing groups specializing on let's say cybersecurity and governments, because where that synergy emerges, we really see that cyber norms or those particular norms are to be celebrated, whereas with all the others we actually need to think of how to take them further. And I hope I will have another moment to think about further, because I started my remarks with this cyber bubble. I think one option for the BPF to take this research further is now to compare these cyber norms and our findings about them with what came pre-cyber. Everything we did for information society, and why not those binding rules that we have stayed away from, and see how much synergy we can find if we broaden our scope of cyber norm implementation. Thank you.
Thanks, Annika. Some really great points and a lot to think about there. And thanks for the pointer as well to what we could be looking at or focusing on in the future as well. So I would like to come now to Sienna, who I hope is on the line. It's great to see so many of us, so it's easy to get lost, but I think you are here with us, which is wonderful. As you, those of you who have seen the report, you'll know that one of the incidents that's looked at is the Pegasus revelations, and that's where perhaps there's quite a lack of enforcement of norms, particularly those relating to human rights, and some recommendations in there drawing on that, especially those that have been made elsewhere and by human rights experts on how to address that. So I'd like to turn over to you, Sienna, here, in case you want to react to some of those findings and recommendations that in that report, and also if you have any other reflections, including on the research methodology or proposals that others have made so far. So you can't seem to unmute yourself. Okay. Let's see if we can help with that. Are you unmuted now? Oh, just.
Hi, everybody. Sorry about that. I thought from the beginning this might be an issue, but I was hoping that it would be resolved before. So thanks for the invitation to be here, and it's great to be here, and the work so far that's been done and presented is really interesting. I guess I'll just say a few brief words, and then maybe there'll be time for more discussion after. But in short, I'm Senior Legal Advisor at the Statistics Lab, and for those of you who have never heard of us, just probably nobody in this room, we're an interdisciplinary research lab at the University of Toronto's Monk School of Global Affairs and Public Policy in Canada, and I personally work primarily on the targeted surveillance of human rights defenders, so my comments will be sort of informed from that work. And as you may know, and as you sort of gave a preface to, the Citizen Lab has been working on uncovering and describing spyware campaigns against human rights defenders and civil society for a long time now. And since 2016 in particular, we've been looking at and tracking the deployment of NSO Group's Pegasus spyware against these communities, along with other groups such as Amnesty International. And of course, NSO Group is just one among many other companies that we study in the cyber surveillance industry, which, as I'm sure everybody follows here, seems to be growing year by year. So I think through this work, one particular thing that arises, for lack of a better word, from this research is just sort of an absence of norms. And that's what I wanted to underscore in my brief remarks here. And particularly norms that are then translated into an actionable legal framework at the global or domestic level that is sufficient to actually constrain the activities of the surveillance industry and its impacts on human rights defenders. And I think here what's particularly important, I mean, norms set a framework, but norms need to be translated into something that can then be relied on, for example, by human rights defenders to seek a measure of accountability or to actually constrain the activities of this industry. And I could talk a bit more about the substance of norms and sort of consequent legal principles. That would be nice to see, but I think a number of the other speakers mentioned very pertinent issues. So I'll leave it at that. Maybe we can come back to it later. One thing I did want to underline right now is that I think we may be at a particularly critical juncture for the development of norms and rules around the regulation of the cyber surveillance industry and the use of these technologies, and that this momentum is something that really needs to be taken advantage of. And I think, as many people have seen here, there's been a lot of, let's say, movement or momentum in the past few weeks. We saw the US take regulatory action against NSO Group and Candiru, two surveillance companies based in Israel. The Biden administration recently announced a new multilateral effort to address the export of surveillance technologies. We also have new regulation in the EU, which is specifically starting to integrate a human rights perspective into how we manage the export of dual-use technologies, which is a positive and promising step, which hopefully will be followed more broadly. And further, private companies who have significantly more resources at their disposal than human rights defenders, which is why I wanted to mention this. Facebook, I guess now Meta and Apple, have sued NSO Group among a bunch of other litigation related to Pegasus by victims. And once again, like I said at the beginning, NSO Group is just one company in this growing global marketplace for surveillance technologies. I think litigation is helpful in the sense that it's going to identify what legal deficits really exist in domestic law for holding such companies to account. And that's something that we should be paying attention to in how we understand sort of what norms are missing and where norms need to go. Yeah, and I guess, yeah, I'll leave it at that. And then if there's more time, I can discuss it sort of more concretely. Thank you.
That's great. Thanks so much, Sienna. That was really helpful. And I was hoping we could perhaps turn to, well, anyone who wants to respond to any of those points, but Mallory, I know that you're all alone there in the room. Perhaps you're not all alone now, but hopefully some people have joined you. Do you want to react to any of those points and some of those recommendations about what we might want to look at in the future and leveraging momentum, for example, around this potential critical juncture on the regulation of spyware, this issue that are we operating in a bubble still? Do we need to broaden out the discussion? And the whole concern around that the market in 0 days and the vulnerabilities that are still very much challenging to address because of that. I don't know whether you want to respond to any of those points or ask any further questions to any of the panelists.
Yeah, thanks for that opportunity. I had been taking notes on some of these high points, and I can go over them now, and then we can move into the last couple of questions we have for the panel. So one thing that I picked up on that a couple folks were saying around attribution, I think that and I'll speak from the perspective of civil society and my career and working with and witnessing a lot of the ways journalists, human rights defenders, activists have to think about this is often the attribution has felt like the accountability. If you can just somehow lift the veil on or uncover the fact that someone is targeting you as a human rights defender has felt in the past like the first step to accountability because so many groups don't always achieve that. But also then taking Lobsang's approach specifically based on experience that there actually then should be more steps. If attribution is achieved, then there's got to be somebody or some mechanism to hold that group accountable. So I think that's an important and connection to make. Another one around just generally what Art mentioned, that maybe the scale and impact are not always the same. I'm reflecting also on the way that we approached the work stream to research, to look at events. We were thinking about scale as a way of expressing impact, but if you take into consideration the most recent part of this discussion on 0 days, on targeted attacks and so on, that massive scale is really not going to give you events that are potentially very impactful, but maybe didn't impact a large number of people. It has a different quality. So we need to take those into consideration. And I think we did do that, but how to then, in an ongoing way, talk about the scale and the real impact. I'm thinking that it seems like if we look at, the 0 days being used for the persistent threat software, if we look at ransomware, there are a few examples there where I think there are industries cropping up around this, and that maybe is the way to express it. So rather than focusing on individual events as an area of research that we did this year, maybe something else where we focus on kind of the vector of attack, the method, the industry that's cropping up around some of these. That might be also another and separate approach that might lead to different sub-questions and so on. I'm already thinking of the research plan. And then as well, I think I'm trying to remember now exactly how this was mentioned or how it came up. I just have it in my notes. But the idea of sort of baseline assurance, security as infrastructure, just knowing that there are boundaries beyond which states, actors, they will not go. And I'm thinking generally about this is kind of the purpose of norms, but we can maybe think of ways in which there will be even harder rather than softer, harder approaches to creating those boundaries. If it's commitments to not weaken end-to-end encryption, or if it's a commitment to not holding on to 0 days, other things like that that might actually be, again, a commitment to creating this sort of baseline security as infrastructure for all of us. Those are my reflections. I'm sure others have their own. Please feel free to bring them up as you get another turn to speak. The question that we have for you next, and you can all answer it in turn, is how can the folks or the groups, the governments developing global cyber norms include those most affected by cybersecurity incidents? So if you are part of a group that's been a victim or a target of an attack, if you've been a first responder in mitigating attacks, how could we best include those groups? How can we best include you? How can we best include those groups? I'm going to start again with Chris, because I know you have thoughts on then building capacity necessary for those groups to engage meaningfully in norms setting processes.
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, that's one of the challenges, is it's not just countries. A lot of countries don't have the capacity or background to engage in these discussions, and that's been helped to some extent over the last couple of years, but still I think is an issue, and that's why capacity building is important. But it's really bringing other multi-stakeholder members into this club. When governments are talking about the norms, they're talking about, even if they're norms of restraint for governments or norms of cooperation for governments, the other stakeholders have a role in that. They have knowledge of how the ecosystem works that maybe governments don't. They understand second-order effects that maybe governments don't. And an example I always give is, a few years ago, I was giving a keynote at the annual FIRST meeting, and I was talking about the UN-developed norms, including the ones about not attacking certs or C-certs. And the audience had never heard of that norm before. So there was not a connection between these really important efforts in the UN and the community they were meant to protect. So I think, one thing we can all collectively do is draw those communities that are either trying to be protected or have a stake in this issue, and the people who are debating these issues, especially the government people, closer together. I just, one other comment I'd like to make, because I know that Sheila also just said, where would you like to see the work to go forward? I think, it's been very valuable now, but I think also reaching out to other communities, making sure that others get the benefit of this research, I think would be very helpful. And although some of the norms that have been developed have been non-binding or voluntary, as Anakin said, there's still political commitments. There still could be, you can still hold folks accountable for violating them. And I think that would be another interesting thing to see from the future of this work, is to measure when there have been accountability efforts, have those been effective? When they have not, what has that meant for the development of norms? So, go from what you've done now to also how they're being implemented and whether accountability is there or not, and how we might be able to improve that.
Great, thanks so much, Chris. Lobsang, you've indicated you'd like to say a few words on this, so we'll go to you.
Sure, thanks, Chito. So yeah, I think one thing that we have done as a community, so we've started our own kind of cert. Technically, it's not it's kind of like a civil society cert. And in terms of capacity building, I think that is something that, and we're also part of the global community of civil society certs, which is called the Civi Cert. And so I think there's this aspect of I think there's a capacity building, which is an important aspect of how do you develop the cyber norms. And if you look at the GG reports, right, it actually does mention that about capacity building, but it is focused on the government level. So I think those other groups or other kind of initiatives done by civil society, how do you integrate some of that into the more kind of the traditional governmental roles or governmental kind of structures? I think there's a space there to do that. So I think maybe it's a collaboration of these two different aspects of being able to build off on the traditional structures of the CERT, to have the civil society kind of versions of it, and being able to collaborate on that. At the same time, also being able to collaborate on certain aspects with industry, or whether it's the government as well.
Thanks so much, Lobsang. And I think that's a really great example as well of how you can practically broaden engagement and collaboration with other communities by setting up something like that, an infrastructure institution like that, or mechanism, and thereby expanding the range of actors that you engage with and collaborate with. Thanks for sharing that. So the Dhaka Remote Hub would like to come in. If you are able to, that would be great. And thanks, Pablo, for highlighting that to us. You have the floor. Okay, it might be an issue with audio. So I'll come back to you. Remote Hub Dhaka, but shall we go? I don't know whether it was, yes, thank you. There are 10 minutes left. Whether it was Sharif or Sienna, but I'll go to Sharif. You're next on my screen, so over to you.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to highlight a couple of points that were raised, the cyber bubble, and what Chris mentioned also about, the importance of trying to join or bridge different silos, people working from, governments, industry, civil society, the general public, critical infrastructure. They don't usually meet or work together unless there is a special effort targeted, to bring them together when it comes to applying cyber norms. Cyber norms were developed by, governments, and it is part of the UN mandate. So it's always the case that it talks about state responsibilities. States should do this or that. But when it comes to reality, it has to be, in partnership. And there are some norms that target, or highlight the importance of a multi-stakeholder approach when it comes to implementing norms. And that's the part of, the roles and responsibilities of various stakeholders. And I've had different positions working for government and working for academia and working with industry. It's really important to bring them all together. As I said earlier, in a cyber incident, you need to have this trust relationship built ahead of time and to roll out, the activities that need to take place to face that incident. It's important for the group to recognize also best practices on how to make this work in reality. This, is very important linked to attribution, for instance. When it comes to attribution, when a cyber incident is ongoing, you don't know who's behind it. You don't know what type of, is it a state actor? Is it non-state actor? Is this ransomware by a group, or is it, part of an APT against the state? You only find out about this when you have partners working together. And there are several instances, really, that we can explore more in terms of research. The colonial pipeline that happened in the US, in the eastern part of the US, affecting, the energy sector for several days. And that was a group in Russia. And again, collaboration across different states, within the same state, need to be there ahead of time. So focusing on, examples like this is really important. Also, I'd like to highlight that is the new UN open-ended working group that just started. So it's very important to mobilize, resources, build capacity within different, stakeholders, not just states, not just governments, but across different disciplines, so that we know how to engage, we know where our roles and responsibilities are, and that would have an effective impact on really the outcomes.
Thanks so much, Sharif. Some really great points there. Remote Hub Doc, I will go to you. If you could keep it short as we are coming to the end, that would be much appreciated. And sorry you waited so long.
Am I audible? Hello, thank you so much. Go ahead. The question is, we know that the young generations are more vulnerable part of cyberspace world. How can internet governance work for saving them by building data layer on social media or websites? Especially, how can internet governance work with those companies who provide this type of service? Thank you so much.
Thanks so much for that question. And I'd really invite anyone who wants to respond to do so in the chat. And we can highlight that in the report, the responses. Unfortunately, we are really running out of time, so I don't think we can open up to respond. Martin, I'm going to take my cue from you as to next steps.
Excellent, Sheetal. If you could wrap us up with some of the conclusions that we had previously been discussing and that we've been taking notes of during the session, I think that would be a great way to close the discussion so far.
Great, I'll try and do that in a minute. So what we heard is that the research is very commendable and useful, and that the methodology of engaging with those affected is practical, and it's very important to study incidents and how they play out, especially at country level, dealing with escalation and trust between collaborators in country. These are all real issues on the ground, and perhaps gathering best practices in that regard would be helpful. I think we also heard that expanding beyond the usual suspects and diversifying, operating outside the bubble will be helpful. And Anakin shared a resource that has been worked on to try and do that, showcasing examples at the national level. We heard that there is progress happening, perhaps on socializing the importance of disclosing vulnerabilities and on attribution. We've seen more progress in that regard, but there's still a long way to go, and a lot of concerns as well continuing around certain markets, including in 0 days. And so there are recommendations that we keep an eye on what's changing, what's new, what's happening, and where attribution has been achieved, what's worked, because we do need a way to hold to account when these incidents happen. So what has worked and how could it be improved? We could analyze that going forward. And we also heard there's still an absence of norms in some spaces, particularly around spyware, but there are opportunities, and we could be at a critical juncture to leverage those opportunities to address some norms and translate them to more effective legal frameworks. So 4 key takeaways that we'll be highlighting is that cyber norms we have today could have been helpful in mitigating some of the events of the past. It's really important to bring in those affected, and that we need greater stakeholder participation, including broadening outside of those that we've engaged with in the creation, enforcement of norms. And I think it's where I'm going to leave you for now, because I think we need to wrap up. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Sheetal. And I'll leave everyone with a few links of where you can find more information about the session today. Also want to say a really, really big thank you to all of the different individuals that you saw on stage via Zoom today. and especially the many people in the background that helped with the research this year. They will all be credited and listed in the report, so please do read it. Have a look at the very wide group of experts that we have here. We're really blessed to have all of you participate. And I do invite you to look at these documents at the first link on your screen. They're really worth reading, and we are very much inviting your input. And with that, I will actually hand it over to Ion Bonanna as one of our BPF on cybersecurity conveners, who's done great work bringing all of us together to share some closing words. Thank you, everyone.
Well, Martin, this Best Practices Forum has been organized since 2016 and has brought together a group of experts and contributors to investigate the topic of cybersecurity. When the IGF have launched a call for participation at the beginning of the year, experts, researchers, students from all over the world replied to our call. So as a closing remark, I would like to address special thanks to those who have contributed to this BPF on cybersecurity. We know that you volunteer doing this work on top of what you're usually doing, but we are very grateful for that. To close this session, we would expect that the outcome of this session will be a source of inspiration and will be helpful for countries, researchers, state and non-state actors. The documents and research papers are available on the IGF website and already shared by Martin on the Zoom. Thanks a lot, and thanks to our audience. The session is now closed.
live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
グテーレス国連事務総長、ポーランド・チェシンスキ大臣、ご来賓の皆様、
Come visit the cradle of mankind, where the mother of humanity took her first Catholic churches of Lalibela, carved out of solid place on earth, natural hot spring. Marvel at the dramatic caves by pulsing clubs that go on all.
didn't get it. Can you repeat, please?
No, if you
Yeah, please. Sandra, oh, this is so loud. Sandra and Olga, hello from Katowice. We really miss you here, but I hope you can hear us. Emanuela as well. So we have huge three beautiful heads on this screen, Emanuela, Olga, and Sandra. I can't see the others. I asked for a very small modification before we formally start, and our co-moderators will take it from here. I was supposed to give an introduction on who are the NRIs and the status, and so taking a little bit of discretion as your NRI's focal point, I would like to save that for a dedicated, maybe online session later in December when we have a debrief. Just because I wanted us to use that time to recognize our remote hubs, which are hosted by the NRIs. So I believe on this call we should have a remote hub in Bangladesh. It's been very active throughout all these 5 days. If I'm not mistaken, Ghana IGF hubs should be with us, as well as Nigeria IGF. And I'm just looking if I'm missing anyone from the participants list. In any case, if they're not here, Uganda hub was also very active, Zambia as well. There is a hub, probably this is Ghana, GTUCS Ghana. And so if we could have a gallery view on our screen just to greet the hubs and hear very quickly from here about their experience, so like 10 seconds, and then we're giving the floor to our wonderful co-moderators to take it from here and lead us through the next 90 minutes.
That would be you would do that at the beginning?
So yes, that's what they requested, to be at the very beginning. Yeah. But they will, of course, intervene on the substance during the session as all other participants.
I'm impressed with seeing the hubs with so many people. I saw them in several sessions, and it's very impressive.
Yes, yes, and we indeed are very thankful to colleagues. So Ghana, Uganda, Nigeria, can we quickly hear from the hub participants? You're going to start with the video. If we have audio issues with the hubs, then I'm going to invite you. Yes, we can hear you. Somebody I can hear.
Yeah, so there's Steven. I'm part of the coordinators for Youth IGF Ghana. I'm helping coordinate the hub for. Okay, let me just turn so you can see me. For the GTUC campus, it's been an experience meeting new students who virtually had no idea about IGF. And it was an opportunity to also share some of the experiences we have basically had being part of their ecosystem. So certain questions actually came up based on the interactions as it is we had over the period. Some of the things as it is that is happening on the global platform had been new to the entire students, and this being the first time as it is they are hearing. They wanted to have the opportunity where they can also have interactions with some of the people that are at Portland currently, and some of the experiences as it is we've had from the conference. So this is one of the reasons why we're also saying that if we also have the opportunity to talk to the members or the community currently from Portland. So I'll pass the mic around so that if anybody has anything to say briefly from the GTUC campus in Ghana.
Thank you very much. So at 4:15, we have the open mic session, and I would suggest that you take the floor during the open mic session to share your detailed feedback. But we use this NRI's main session because it usually generates quite a lot of attention, to give attention to you and recognize your excellent work. The IGF 2021 team is most grateful to all the remote hubs. It was a good substitute and alternative to organize participation outside of this beautiful venue in Katowice in Poland. So if you agree, 4:15 Central European time, please, all the hubs, do take the floor and share your experience there. We will need now formally to start the NRI's main session. I believe our colleagues from the host country will traditionally start it as all sessions by playing the host country's video. And after that, we have two wonderful moderators, Ms. Olga Cavalli and Ms. Sandra Hoferichter, who will be taking it from there. Thank you very much.
She's very, I like her energy, especially for Go. She's very
We all live in a digital world. We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Good morning from Buenos Aires, Argentina for me. Good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Thank you very much for joining with us in this national and regional initiatives main session called The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly of the Internet times in times of crisis. My name is Olga Cavalli. I am from Argentina, and I will co-moderating this session with our dear friend Sandra Hoferichter from Germany. I want to thank the Polish government for organizing this such an interesting session, an event. I'm so sad that I cannot be with you. We were planning to travel, but finally we decided not to. But I see the venue and I see all friends there, and I really miss you all. So what is this session about? The COVID-19 pandemic has impacted almost all spheres of life. It is just one in addition of many crises humanity has faced. Certainly, the impact differs from country to country. This session will bring perspectives from communities gathered around the national, regional, and youth IGF processes called the NRIs on roles the internet has in times of crisis. Delegated representatives of the different NRIs will provide concrete cases of existing practices, challenges, and already implemented or under implementation actions plans and activities in areas agreed by the NRIs. The session will illustrate existing challenges across developed and developing countries, as well as vulnerable groups, through concrete cases of practices. Sandra, over to you.
Thank you, Olga. Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to the NRI world. And greetings from Leipzig, Germany, which is actually only 500 kilometers away from you. But the situation with the COVID pandemic in my region is so bad that I decided not to come, because you might not get a bed in hospital once you're back and have something. This session preparation already started a while ago. I would say like 3 or 4 months. NRIs are meeting regularly under the coordination of our dear friend Anja, and we are around 135 NRIs that developed the session in a bottom-up manner. And we also assigned rapporteurs, which are Judith Hellestein from the IGF USA, which is Muriel Alpani from Benin IGF, and Ali Hussein. I don't have affiliation to, I don't know from which country or IGF he's coming from. So apologies, maybe Hussein can clarify that later on. Those rapporteurs will be given the opportunity at the end of the session to wrap up our findings. And it became clear over the past months that the pandemic and the internet in the times of crisis is definitely one of the hot topics across the world in all NRIs, and it was a topic of a session in any national and regional IGF that took place over the year. Olga, I give back to you to walk us through the session rules.
Yes, thank you very much, Sandra. The good thing that I'm in Argentina is that we have summertime here. It's one advantage of staying at home. So the session rules, this is very important because we have many speakers and we have many NRIs that will be willing to participate actively in this session. So the session will be hosted in an open format. There will be no pre-assigned speaking slots. So all the NRIs will be invited to carefully follow the discussion and raise hands for an intervention of up to 2 minutes, 120 seconds. Keep that in mind. NRI representatives and colleagues attending the session can share feedback via the chat. And once the floor will be open, you can make reference in the chat for a Q for a question, a C for comment, or raise hand when you want to talk live. So the session will focus, as I have mentioned in the name of this main session, will focus on the internet in times of crisis, lessons learned, and policy imperatives for enhancing access, resiliency, and inclusion. With 3 focus: the good, for example, bringing opportunities, telework, e-commerce, e-education. The bad, reliance on platforms, cyber harms, bad coverage of services, and the ugly, human rights violations, hate speech, and misinformation, for example. And then we have some time for talking about the way forward. So the comments about good, bad, and the ugly are for NRIs only. Keep that in mind. And the point 4 is for the whole community participating. And speakers have to provide a brief and concrete opinion about what they are talking about. And as I said, NRIs will take the floor rising hand. Sandra, over to you.
Thank you, Olga. And we will be starting with the first policy question. And we would like to start in a positive manner and would like to invite all speakers from the NRI. I have a list here of those who are assigned speakers from the NRI, and I ask colleague Anya to help us cross-checking those lists, to let us know what you found to be one of the good things of the internet in the time of a crisis. And I repeat what Olga just said: if you have a question, put a Q in the chat, and then your question. If you have a comment that you would like to have read out loud, make a C in front, and if you would like to speak, then please raise your hand. And I see one hand is raised, which is Osvaldo. Osvaldo, I know your hand is raised since the beginning. Is that an old hand, or would you like to speak on the point of the good?
Yes, please.
Olga, Osvaldo, then the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Concerning the first policy question, in Dominican Republic, we had a great experience. The good thing about internet was the great opportunity that it created to continue business, not as usual, but in a new way, allowing people to connect and to businesses to offer their products and services. For instance, the supermarket were reluctant to provide services via internet, via e-commerce, and they quickly develop applications for people to interact and ask for their deliveries or their takeoff. No, this gave a great opportunity for the arousal of increasing services on delivery in all sense. But in the other part, education was one asset. I, as a teacher at a local university in tech on subjects of cybersecurity, we continue delivering classes online to all different students. Not always it was so easy, because some of them needed to create their connections, because in the campus, internet is for free, but when they're from home, they had to improve. So ISPs created opportunity for students and for teachers to continue contracting services in an affordable way in order to create opportunities to connect. As Internet Society, we took the opportunity to develop an Internet exchange point in order to strengthen the connections inside our country, and that improved the opportunities to bring content in a way efficient for everyone. So I see a good result in our country using internet during pandemic, which increased the digital environment. Finally, it is important to mention that the government created a digital transformation initiative focusing on adopting a multi-stakeholder approach in order to create the digital agenda with the multiple stakeholders, which created an action plan that is in the process of budgeting, and a broadband commission in order to interconnect the unconnected that were affected during the pandemic because of the last miles lags that were affected. Thank you.
Thank you, Osvaldo. I really ask you to stick to the time, and actually we were supposed to have a timer in our Zoom room. Maybe this can be installed later on, but we have a queue of operation now. I have on my list Laura, Rodney, Andres, Jennifer. So next is Laura Palakiois. I'm sorry if I pronounced that wrongly. Olga, please introduce yourself and the NRI from which you are coming from, on which behalf you are speaking.
Laura, can you hear us?
Buenos días. Siendo parte del stakeholder de la academia y en representación del Foro Colombiano de Gobernanza de Internet y desde el Centro de Internet y Sociedad.
I represent the Colombian Forum of Internet Governance.
Muchas gracias por la invitación.
I also represent students from different Colombian universities as well as universities based in Cuba. And during the COVID-19 pandemic, the internet in Colombia had an important impact on the entire economic situation. Osvaldo has mentioned it already. Many stores had to be closed, and so they moved their operation online. And over the past year, the e-commerce increased by over 40%. And at the same time, one has to say that the shift of operation toward online operation had both positive and negative impacts on the society, both regional as well as national impact, that is. In some areas of Colombia, this high internet traffic resulted in connectivity issues because the system was overloaded. That might have generated some level of distrust amongst the users. However, during the COVID-19 pandemic, what we also observed was how important it was to respect human rights both offline and online. In our country during the pandemic, our government introduced a lot of different solutions, and some of those initiatives also generated some concern in selected sectors of the society. Some people seem to be worried that their rights would be infringed. On some platforms, what was evident was that the internet comes with a number of weaknesses. Speaking of the personal data protection, one can say that not always all digital platforms respect human rights and safeguard human rights. Thank you very much.
Because I would really like that we focus on the good for the moment, and you refer already to the not so good things. So please leave that for the second part, and then we give a chance for others to speak firstly on the good only. And in the chat, the question was asked if we can have the timer up. That would be great. Please, everyone, stick to 2 minutes so that we can give everyone a chance to speak. The next is Rodney, and then we have more people who raised hand, which is Emmanuel and Mohammed. Rodney, the floor is yours. 2 minutes on the good impact of the internet, please, and introduce yourself.
Thank you very much. I'm Rodney Taylor. I'll be less than 2 minutes. Rodney Taylor, the Secretary General of the Caribbean Telecommunications Union, and we host annually now for the 17th year the Caribbean Internet Governance Forum. It's a regional intergovernmental organization, and so a lot of the perspectives will come from the government point of view, but we do host a multi-stakeholder forum. In terms of what has been good is that the internet allowed us to work remotely here in the Caribbean. It allowed for online learning and for some aspects of social interaction. It seems almost as if this is what the internet was built to do. It was built for the pandemic, to allow us to continue to function, to operate, to provide services. And what it has done from a public service or from a government point of view, it has accelerated some say as much as 7 or 10 years, the move towards digital transformation. So a lot of governments had to overnight stand up public services to allow the country to still function. It has, for many economies that were dependent upon tourism, it allowed for the safe continuation of that industry by way of advance notification of COVID status, allowed for quarantining within certain facilities and so on. And this was facilitated, of course, by the internet and by digital transformation initiatives. So we see that the internet was in fact resilient and up to the task, and that is part of the good, and I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rodney, also for keeping the time and the topic. Next is Andres.
Hello, yes, thank you for inviting me here. And I'm from Estonian Internet Foundation, and we are the country top-level domain holder, and also dealing with Internet Day. I mean, we are holding the event. And yes, about the positive thing, I'm bringing along a very specific example of the Internet Day in Estonia. The thing is that we did it last spring about the 7th time, and it was most popular because of really that, let's say, result not for the very good era, I mean the COVID era. And why it was positive? Because we were involved, I mean, our stream was channeled through the biggest Estonian online portal, and our auditorium expanded very much there. And we didn't also take this usual, let's say, hybrid format along, I mean, to put up only that or only Zoom and to risk with very low quality or whatever. But we were actually at the studio dealing with professionals, and it was then a good way to go. And we are for sure proceeding at the same way. And for example, I just wanted to bring along a very short audio edit of not yesterday's, but on Wednesdays, the main session. And at the end, there was some kind of comment. If you hear it, I hope. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I had to.
You are the best, guys. Thank you very much. You spoiled the main discussion.
Why I wanted to share it is because we all are humans, And it happens also for the professional. And despite that, we need to give it hope and a second try. And we are good to go with broadcasted events in the future. And we really believe the positive aspects of this digital era. That's all by me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Andres. I closed the queue already for all those who have raised the hand right now, and I read out the names. So next is Jennifer, then Emanuela, Mohammed, Nena, Eileen, Nirisha, Platina, Abdel, Marcel, and the last one just raised the hand. So, okay, this is deleted again. Okay, so those will speak on the good, and I really ask you to stick to the time because otherwise we are running out of time. So Jennifer is next. Jennifer, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Sandra. This is Jennifer Chung from the Secretariat team of the Asia Pacific Regional IGF. I'm joining you from, I guess, the venue in Poland. So I'll keep to the time and be very brief. For the Asia Pacific region, we were hit, of course, as everybody in the world, really hard by the COVID pandemic. But the good part is that education was on the agendas of many different states in Asia Pacific, and services provided were responsive to community needs. There were e-government services, e-education services, and the emphasis was placed on net safety, especially for children and youth. So information services were offered in collaboration with the education system, do place emphasis on developing skills on critical assessment of online information, which is extremely important with all the misinformation, disinformation, and fake news going around right now. So some case studies for Nepal, the participants in the APR-IGF noted the positive outcomes in the number of programs and initiatives by the Ministry of Education through its ICT master plan. And this was done through the public and community libraries and promoted digital literacy. In programs in Singapore and also Australia, even though they are, of course, diametrically opposite to a lot of the developing countries in Asia Pacific, despite the great differences, they all reveal an acute awareness of community needs, and effective action is being taken in public and private partnerships. In Central Asia, we also heard from e-education case studies from Kyrgyzstan and Kazakhstan, and this is especially to deliver e-education to children and youth in remote and rural communities. These are underserved communities, and some of the solutions looked at actually delivering educational materials in local languages through offline digital libraries. So a lot of capacity building and a lot of training came from very innovative solutions that were created during this period. So these are the good things that I wanted to share. Back to you, Sandra. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. Emanuela, what is up in Italy?
Yes, hi, I'm Emanuela Girardi. I'm from the member of the program committee of IGF Italy, and I'm the secretary of IGF Italy. So we had a few good things actually that we discussed in the IGF Italy and that have been developed in the last years, especially during the pandemic. I want to highlight 3 points. The first one is related to the acceleration of the digitalization that we had in Italy, especially because we were starting from probably not such a good situation, especially from digital skills. And we could see this especially in the SMEs, uptake of internet services, and in the citizens. So for the SMEs, this was very important, especially for the IGF Italy, because the host organization was the Chamber of Commerce of Cosenza, a city in the south of Italy. And they were particularly successful in reaching out to SMEs, to small and medium-sized companies, and to engage in them in the discussion and showing them the great opportunities of internet for their business. And if we go instead to see the citizens, what happened, especially during the pandemic, is that the digital identity in Italy boosted, and we had, they presented the last data in the IGF Italy a few weeks ago. We went from 5 million digital identities, which is called SPID in Italy, to 26 million on a population of about 60 million. And we have about 6 million people who use it on a monthly basis. So it was really a success during the acceleration of digitalization and usage of digital services during the pandemic. And the last point was that we were able to develop some training services online, and with the IGF Italy and with the Chamber of Commerce in Cosenza, we developed this online training for students, for 500,000 students, and this is an online training especially based on data sharing, my time, to bring awareness on data sharing and data awareness. So these were the three main points of the good use of internet in Italy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emanuela. Then the next is Mohammed. And please,
yes.
Everyone, lower your hand if you have spoken already.
Yes. Hi, everyone. And let me first, on behalf of my members of North Africa IGF, to extend my sincere greeting to all of you. And also, I would like to mention that in the Paris, the North Africa IGF has dedicated the past two forums at 2020 and 2021 to discuss the policy questions that proposed to be discussed today. The good things happening in the region under the COVID-19, the North Africa region witnesses as other regions switching to learning and education. For instance, in Egypt, the Minister of Education established education as a preventive measures taken to encounter outbreak of COVID-19, and the Ministry of Education has established different platforms, education platforms, and the children has access to this platform, and they continue the learning. And also, the other thing is good happened during the COVID-19 in terms of the e-commerce, because the commerce in North Africa is not, the rate of the e-commerce in North Africa is not high, but because the situation of the COVID-19, the citizens in North Africa started to rely on the different platforms to buy and selling things and stuffs. And I think one of the most important impact for that in the region, that now the different citizens from the different countries in the region now has become the trust and confidence in the e-commerce transaction. And I think this is to raise the rate of e-commerce transaction in the region. I can stop here in this issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mohammed. And I realize in the chat a long message from Tracy Hackshaw from Trinidad and Tobago, also on the good. And I encourage our rapporteurs to also take into consideration this message. And I assume that the chat will somehow be part of the messages in general. The next is Nena. Nena, I understand, is in the room in Katowice. Nena, you have the floor, please.
Is my mic on? Thank you very much. My name is Nena. I come from the internet. I'd wanted to share one lesson that was inspired by the NRI sessions. I'm a member of the organizing committee of the UN Data Forum. And so last year, the Data Forum held online because of the COVID. But this year, it held effectively on the ground in Zurich in Switzerland. So while we were planning that session for this year, I told them, we have the IGF, and you can learn a good lesson from the NRIs, which is the organization of hubs. And we debated it back and forth, and finally they said, let's give it a try. And so if you go to undataforum.org, you are going to see local meetups. And finally, this year, we had over 21 local meetups. We used the draft, Anya. You recall we did a draft as NRIs on holding local hubs. So these have been taken. These have been adopted by the organizing committee, the program committee of the UN Data Forum, and we rolled it out this year, and I'm here to say congratulations, that's a good one.
Thank you very much, Nena. And I would like to mention again that the queue for the first policy question on the good was already closed. The next is Eileen, and you will see the names that are in this first round further up in the chat. So Eileen, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor, moderators. I am Aileen Cejas. I'm part of the program committee of the Youth IGF Argentina. Today, I can share with you a positive aspect that internet has brought us as youth, not only in Argentina, but around the world. We were able to use the digital space to create fantastic capacity building activities for other young people and collaborate with other NRIs. For example, by presenting our conclusions of the Youth LAC IGF at the LAC IGF meeting, which we think it is a great way to create bridges between the youth NRIs and the NRIs Youth at Heart. Hence, NRIs Youth at Heart should work in solidarity and not see the youth NRIs as a competition, but as a bridge to bring young voices into the ecosystem. At the Youth IGF Argentina, for our annual meeting, we were able to conduct webinars for young people from all regions of Argentina, and we also had the participation of young colleagues from the LAC region. In this way, the internet became an inclusive space to discuss not only youth participation, but also other topics in which youth is interested. It is important to remark that generational change and exchange is always needed, and we call upon all the NRIs Youth at Heart to create meaningful bridges with the youth NRIs. Finally, we want to highlight that the most important lesson that we learned from the pandemic is that we shouldn't hesitate to collaborate and seek help in the spirit of solidarity. Much more can be achieved together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Eileen. Next is Nazar.
Thank you very much. My name is Nazar Nicholas Kirama, and I am from Tanzania IGF. And I would talk about only 3 things that are good, that can be read from Tanzania. And the pandemic brought a lot of innovation into our local ecosystem. For example, local universities and colleges designed platforms for learning, the so-called e-learning platforms, and those were very useful to them during the pandemic. Number 2, there has been a lot of digitization of government services. For example, government actually now is you can go and test for COVID-19, and they can email your results without ever going to the health center. And number 3, it's a reduced government budget for physical meetings. There was a huge budget in our government to hold meetings, workshops, and seminars and conferences. But through Zoom, you know, all of these meetings were canceled because of the pandemic. And thereby, the government was able to save a lot of money. And this money was channeled to other government services like education and health, and so on and so forth. So basically, the government also was able to craft the Digital Tanzania Strategy 2020 to 2025, which is actually digitizing all government services to deliver. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nazar. And then we have Platina. Platina, where you are coming from?
Hi, colleagues. My name is Plantina Mukoni. I am the Secretariat of the South African Internet Governance Forum. And just to make a point on the comment of the good that has come out of COVID-19 with regards to internet is that we have seen an acceleration of the digitization of schools, especially schools or learning in rural and marginalized communities. That has seen even more learners and students from rural and marginalized communities coming into the South African School of Internet Governance, learners from the Eastern Cape, learners from Port Elizabeth, and also participating in internet governance platforms. So that is one of the goods that I would like to highlight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was brief and precise. Thank you for being so focused. Abdel Jalil is still on my list, but I don't see his hand up anymore. Abdel Jalil, do you still want to speak?
Yeah, hi. Bonsoir à tout le monde. I will speak in French. That's a diversity of NRIs also. So, je m'appelle Abdeljalil Bacharbong. Je suis le secrétaire exécutif de IGF.
My name is Al Bacharbong. I am the secretary
nous avons des expériences positives.
Our local IGF, and I have to tell you that our experience is quite positive. We can see some clear positive results of the pandemic, including the digitization of services and growing number of internet users in our country. We can see that especially young people are more open and they are starting to use the internet, for example, in order to sell products and services online. So there has been an increase in terms of e-commerce. E-learning has developed, and we can also see that schools are adapting to the new circumstances. There are, for example, student groups established on applications such as WhatsApp. So in general terms, we can say that the government has also started the process of digitizing all the public services. You can now pay your taxes online. You can establish businesses online. So these are the positive results of the COVID-19 pandemic, and we're happy to see them.
Thank you very much, Abdel Jalil. And the last speaker on the topic of the good is Marcel Kummenauer. He is my colleague. He attended the Eurodic and organized two sessions on this. Marcel, the floor is yours, and you have the last word on this first policy question.
Thanks a lot, Sandra. As already introduced, my name is Marcel, speaking for the Eurodic. And I just want to add one point to the catalyzation of digitization in terms of the COVID-19 pandemic. We are now able to cooperate on an international level within Europe to fight the pandemic. There's the, for instance, the Cough Pass app, which allows us to kind of have an ID that you're vaccinated throughout whole Europe. Every country in the European Union is accepting that certain pass. And this app has been developed in an open source manner, considering data protection. And we have several other initiatives within national countries to fight the pandemic and to track the people that are actually affected or ill. And I think this is a great success, and this is something we can build on in other terms for other applications too. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Marcel. Now, Olga, I give back to you, and I have to tell you, unfortunately, we are running out of time with the good aspects of the internet, but let's put it in a positive way. I'm pretty sure the good overweights the bad and possibly the ugly, so that we can save some time on the bad and on the ugly. I can already tell you a first speaker who couldn't raise the hand was Sena, or what was the name? Saniwe. Saniwe. So Olga, I hand over to you for the next policy.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sandra. And I'm totally optimistic always about technology. So I'm sure that the positive things about the use of internet in this crisis, where we have much more examples. As a summary, I've been taking some notes. The positive aspects of e-commerce, digital identity, the comment from Italy and the comment from our colleague from the European Union. Very interesting about the ID for vaccination using open source e-learning, everyone mentioned the benefits of learning remotely, telework, and capacity building activities. So many good things. Thanks to the internet, I cannot think what could have been this pandemic without the internet. So imagine not being able to work, not being able to buy or to sell goods. And so many industries were impacted, but many others could run equally with their businesses. So let's focus now on the bad, not so bad, not ugly, but the bad. So we have some hands up. I will do the queue. Taniwe, are you somewhere? Have you up in the list? Because Sandra told me to put you. Can you speak up now? And I will build the queue with other colleagues. Anyway, are you there?
I'm here.
So
Okay.
if
I'm here. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, I can see you. I can see you.
Thank you. Technology, I was struggling with the button. So my name is Zanyue Ntatisi Sare, and I'm the chairperson of the South African Internet Governance Forum. But I think my contribution will specifically look at data protection and the bad. And yes, it won't be that bad. So I think we've had really good examples of contact tracing and the development of applications. And I'll look at this from an Africa perspective. With the accelerated use of contact tracing apps, we're looking at a lot of data processing. And when we look at the Africa as a continent, just about 50% of the countries in Africa have actual data protection laws. So really the bad there is exacerbation of human rights violation when it comes to elements of privacy, surveillance, and just really any other kind of violations that flow from there. I could go on for days, but I think just in a nutshell is looking at the human rights violations that are related to poor data protection processes. Thank you.
Thanks to you, many thanks. And now I have a queue. Abdias Zambrano, you're next.
Hello. Hola, buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Abdías Zambrano y represento al IGF Panamá. Muchas gracias por la oportunidad. Voy a resumir la participación de nosotros el día de hoy en 3 aspectos que han sucedido durante la pandemia en Panamá. Primero,
I'd like to touch upon 3 issues that we observed in Panama during the COVID-19 pandemic. Well, in 2021, we reported more hacker attacks in Panama. We do not have a special implemented strategy that would protect us against such attacks. Secondly, violence against women also surged during the pandemic. Unfortunately, human rights standards are not always adhered to in our country. And finally, many students had no access to remote education because they had no connection to the internet, or the quality of the connection was too poor, or they did not have the necessary devices. And so many of them actually dropped out and had no access to education whatsoever. One more thing I'd like to touch upon is a new act on remote employment in our country, but that act has not yet been well adjusted to the reality during the times of the COVID-19 pandemic. Let me mention one more thing. During the pandemic, women also had to, do their household chores apart from working remotely.
Hello, I'm from Sri Lanka. I'm Nirosha Vedasinghe. I'm representing Internet Society. So we had a lot of good things. So I'm supposed to put the bad things, some small bad things like. So the bad things also reported, such as especially among the youth suicide cases reported due to the action taken by the parent to reduce the internet addiction. It was especially highlight the open discussions conducted by the Internet Society of Sri Lanka. Also, the survey conducted by the Kottalawa Defence University researchers also emphasized are addicted to the internet and the games. And as an initiation to solve this issue, Internet Society conducted productive discussions with mentors, psychologists, counselors, and the respective stakeholders. And also during the pandemic, broadband connectivity issues faced not only the rural areas, but also some urban areas as well. Students and the teachers are going to top mountains, and some students connected to the internet from top of trees. It was very dangerous. Anyway, intermediate actions has already taken to solve the issues with telecommunication and the ICT agency of the country. So thank you.
Thank you, Nirosha, especially for respecting the time. Thank you for your comment. Next, I have Narolite. Narolite, the floor is yours. Can you hear me? I can see your room. Okay. Let's go. Hello, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
So,
There's an echo. There must be another microphone open there.
during the COVID-19 our country,
Oh, there's another microphone open in the same room.
so are increasing the digitalization process. But currently, the government capitalized on this to make it rather a luxury for using internet rather than a convenient option, where a lot of classes have been shown to the use of digitalized operations in our country. And a lot of people are being burdened with this inconvenience, such that even kids trying to use internet to access their project works and a whole lot of stuff to pay huge amounts of money to be able to access the internet in our country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Narolita. Mohammed, floor is yours. You're next.
Okay. I think to answer the question about what's about bad things about the internet especially in the North Africa, I think it's a lack of infrastructure in some countries in the region, and lack of internet coverage in remote areas, and lack of appropriate equipment, especially in case of some vulnerable groups like refugees and irregular migrants. And I would like to stress in this issue because I think is this a problem? It's a common problem with other regions in Africa, especially about it's always refugees and irregular migrants is left behind about the internet issue, and all of this lead to adverse impact, in particular a level of access and connectivity, and consequently, most of the children of, for example, of refugees. And those located in the remote area, depriving from access to the different learning platform. In addition to that, the low rate of internet penetration in the region left many people behind and decrease the opportunities that appears during the time of COVID-19. And also, the other issue is bad in North Africa, the lack of legal framework and ineffectiveness of existing laws, where other reasons that affected using the internet in the region, or to be more accurate, it made the using of internet is limited to follow the social media and not to be active on another issues like education and the commercial issue, or to access to different service or government service online. And it also reduce the potentiality of transforming the citizen in the region to be real digital citizen person. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mohammed. I have the following list, and I will close the queue now. I have Lucian, Osvaldo, Jorge, Laura, Yena, Tanara, Bram, Plantina, Harimiro, and Amir, and I will close the queue, hoping that the ugly is really, really very short list. So, Lucian, you're next. Lucian, can you hear me?
He's here.
Okay, let's go with Osvaldo. Querido Osvaldo, te escuchamos. Sé que estás allá en la provincia. He visto tus fotos.
Muchas gracias, Olga. Bueno, básicamente, resumiendo, el cambio de modelo de conectividad
Thank you very much, Olga.
previo a la pandemia fue disruptivo.
Speaking of the changes pertaining to the connectivity model, well, I'm sure that has impacted our society significantly. When we work from an office, we have access to the internet, but then we go back home, and at home, we are not necessarily connected to the internet. And so government agencies had to focus on more efficient protection against hacker attacks, and government agencies had to be empowered in order to protect the users against such attacks. But many users lost their confidence in digital applications and in the internet as a whole. So I suppose we need to create new capacities so that the users can benefit from the opportunities that the internet brings along. Finally, I'd like to touch upon the hacker attacks. During the COVID-19 pandemic, a lot of harmful applications were launched, a lot of viruses were released, and lots of entities became objects of attack. On top of that, there were frequent situations where public institutions had to pay large sums of money.
Pérez Martínez, Jorge querido, bienvenido.
Muchas gracias, Olga. Bueno, soy el representante del Foro de Gobernanza de Internet en España, ¿no? Me gustaría compartir más una cosita.
I represent the IGF Forum in Spain. What I'd like to say is that, well, we in Spain, we often believe that our internet coverage is brilliant, even better than in Germany or other developed countries. But something interesting happened. Namely, in Spain, there's a number of rather small towns where the speed of the internet is lower than desired. And during the COVID-19 pandemic, what turned out was that in those smaller towns, often the speed of the internet accelerated significantly. So over there, on the other hand, in those areas where the speed of the internet was high, there was economic growth, and where nothing changed with respect to the speed of the internet, those positive changes were not observed. And so what is really important is to be connected to high-quality internet. The speed of the internet has to be sufficient for the smaller towns to be able to catch up with the positive results of the digital transformation. So what we can now see with respect to the fiber optic technology is that there are these huge differences in between the regions depending on the speed of the internet. So there is a difference between those towns or cities that have access to high-speed internet and those that don't. This is a very important observation from Spain. Thank you. Laura, over to you, and then Lucian. As I've said before, we have made a number of analyses with respect to technology, and digital platforms were really important for people to maintain social contacts, especially in Colombia. It was something very important. What we observed in Colombia was that the internet had an impact on social mobility, and there were areas in Colombia where, due to the high internet traffic, the servers were down completely. And whenever that happened, that resulted in a lack of confidence of the end users in digital platforms, and at the same time, the end users really wanted to maintain their basic rights, including the right to the freedom of speech.
Thank you for giving me the floor.
Now in English.
Speak in French. Bonjour à toutes et à tous, chers collègues. La crise sanitaire a été un révélateur.
Ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 crisis highlighted the fact that the internet has some negative aspects as well, even though it often turns out to be a panacea. There are lots of internet users in Rome, but the COVID-19 pandemic made us realize how vulnerable we are when we do not have access to the internet. It's important to combat disinformation. Disinformation is one of the banes of the contemporary society, and the internet is only a reflection of the contemporary society. It is only a reflection of the evil that people do. The need for digital transformation is immense, and especially the need for digital transformation of SMEs. But the internet users need to have confidence in this cyberspace. And that's all on my part. Thank you.
Can you hear us, Jenna?
Hi, this is Jenna speaking. Can you hear me well?
Yes, yes.
All right, great, thank you. So this is Jenna Feng from the Asia Pacific Youth IGF. So a few things I want to bring up, because this year in September, we also have some discussions on the privacy issues and the sustainability in all those areas. And also earlier this week, we also had a workshop about the paradox of virus contact tracing app. So apparently we have some concerns over surveillance and privacy on this matter. Few things that we have brought up from the discussion in both the workshop and also the Youth IGF back in earlier this year in Asia Pacific was that surveillance over everywhere, not only on the tracing app, but also on social media also, as people may have to also concern more about the rising power of the government and also the big tech. So these are basically things we have to put more concerns over, especially some examples happening in Hong Kong also, that social media platforms like Instagram or Facebook are censoring content based on certain guidelines on their community guideline, which is not very clear and transparent at the moment. And that's the thing identify that we have to be careful. And from the workshop, speakers and participants identify that we have to make our internet technology more inclusive, especially in this in this critical time, the pandemic, when we are more depending on technology and internet. We should make it inclusive, and when government deciding on making some policies, especially using vaccine passport or contact tracing app, they should not neglect people might not have access to device or internet, which make it hard for them to make it up to use this technology. So these are basically the things I would like to raise, and of course, let alone some other problems that is very common in Asia Pacific, which is the internet access, because now mostly people are still working remotely or having their classes remotely. And so I think these are the major issues that we are facing in Asia Pacific. And I would like to bring this up here so we can also take it into consideration when we try to close the gap in solving this internet governance issue in all the regions in this world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jenna. I have Bram next. Bram, floor is yours. Bram, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Okay, I can hear you. Bram from Malawi, IGF, not to be confused by Mali. I have 4 points that I'd like to raise. And so number one is that there were a high number of online financial crimes, but also sexual harassment. And then we also saw marginalized citizens not having access to the internet due to the higher cost of the data within the region, but also contributed through the issues of digital literacy in African continent. Number three, exposed, so this also exposed the need for local content, and then also the need to draft the legislations that ensure the protection and safety of the citizens within the continent. And the last bit is that this also has exposed the unpreparedness of the governments in trying to deliver services to citizens using the e-government portals, but also policies and strategies that support this kind of initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thanks for respecting the time, Bram. Plantina, you're next.
Thank you. I think one of the key challenges that we've also particularly recognized in South Africa is that as young people are moving onto a digital platform, online safety is also changing. In addition to young people using online services or social media platforms for learning, they're also using it for personal use and are equally violating each other on those platforms. So we've seen an increase in the number of online bullying, which have led to suicide. And we've also we've also seen an increase in the number of young people, particularly in marginalized communities, displaying inappropriate pictures of their colleagues or fellow young people on social media platforms. This was also particularly due to a lack of knowledge of that being a violation or human rights violation of some sort. So we've also seen that lack of knowledge amongst young people as they use the internet and digital platforms, them offending each other on those platforms. Thank you.
Thanks to you, Plantina. This is somehow in between ugly and the bad. Yeah. But we will go to that in a moment. I have Harimino next. Harimino, the floor is yours.
Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Donc, je vais passer en français. Bonsoir, bon après-midi à tous. Je suis Armine Kakounjanbe. Je suis la coordinatrice de IGF.
I am a coordinator, an IGF coordinator from Madagascar, and I would not like to dwell, well, too much on the bad aspects of the internet, but I'd like to refer back to what the previous panelists said, namely, there is unequal access to the internet, and for the developing countries, just like ours, that issue of the lack of access to internet is especially alarming. And so during the COVID-19 pandemic, schools were closed down, so there was no access to education with the exception of private schools. Private schools continued their operation during lockdown because they did have access to the internet. They had access to computers as well. Speaking of remote employment, working from home, well, many people had to work from home, but many people also lost their jobs because they did not have the sufficient resources and they did not have the sufficient digital skills. We have also observed that as of today, the internet has become a place of scams and all sorts of problems as well. Unfortunately, many people use the internet in order to steal and conduct other crimes.
Amir, can you hear me? Okay, once Amir finds his microphone, Yao, you're the last, and then Amir. Amir, you're there?
Yes, Yao. I'm here.
Oh, Amir, go ahead. I didn't see you. Go ahead, please.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me
yes,
well?
We can hear you now. Yeah.
Hello, everyone, and distinguished panelists. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. Internet in COVID-19 pandemic. Excuse me. First of all, I'm Amir Mokabir from Iranian academic community. Internet and COVID-19 pandemic have both positive and negative aspects for us. One of the ugly aspect was negative effects of digital sanctions on some nations that have become intensive and more destructive, especially during COVID-19 pandemic and other emergencies. I hope this vital issue will be reflected in IGF 2021 output. These digital sanctions on many areas like on investment in ICT infrastructures, technology, digital services, digital licenses, digital resources like IPs, DNS system, and access to some networks are key barrier and obstacle in achieving national development goals using ICTs. We believe these digital restrictive measures constitute human right violation in internet and cyberspace, especially right to development, right to education, right to business, and so on. Some of our universities have problem to access to some scientific database, and some Iranian digital businesses and applications has been removed from digital stores like Google Play and Apple Store with pretext of sanctions of their respective government. My suggestion is that non-discriminatory access to ICTs and cyberspace, especially in the field of capacity building for all nations, should be a new norm for having inclusive internet. Thank you very much indeed for giving me the opportunity to share our common concern. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, Amir. Thank you for your comments. And Yao, you're the last in this section of this session. Yao, the floor is yours.
Okay, so mine is sometimes you get the indicators now made on your phone. Pop-up advert from nowhere. Sometimes it depends on the app that you are using. But sometimes you don't even have to install those apps. Then those pop-up will be coming. You don't know where they are from. When you call your telecom service to inform them, they will tell you that you may subscribe to those services. And sometimes you don't do those subscriptions. They just come automatically on your phone. Those are my challenges with the internet.
Thank you very much, Yao. So this is the final part of this bad section. I would summarize that the bad things that were mentioned in general were problems with regulations about privacy, security, and also different experiences with access and local content. I have a request from the floor from one of our moderators, Muriel. Muriel, you want to say something?
Yes.
I don't know if... Okay.
Ok. Je vais y aller en français. Je m'appelle Muriel Apini et je représente le Bénin IGF. Nous avons discuté, mais nous avons oublié qu'Internet n'est qu'un outil.
I think we are forgetting that the internet is a tool, and those tools and services are provided by companies. So we should focus on the behavior of online users. So the internet is a tool only, so it's not the internet that is responsible for the bad things that are happening. It's us, the users, who are responsible for what's happening online. And that's why we organized training courses and awareness-building sessions in order to open people's eyes to this issue. Very often, there are platforms out there, there are apps that are governed by specific rules because they are tools for users, but the users have to make sure that they themselves respect their privacy.
Sandra, over to you about the ugly things.
Thank you, Olga, and thank you, everyone. And it's amazing to see how rich the debate is from the different regions of the world. We have only 20 minutes left, and we have still to cover the ugly part. And we actually wanted also to discuss in an open floor the way forward. I fear, however, that the way forward is not realistic anymore to achieve a discussion about this. Let's see how far we get with the part ugly, and possibly it's better if we give the floor then directly to our rapporteurs. And I would encourage the rapporteurs again to also consider what has been said in the chat a lot of good information was there as well, and that should at least feed into the final report of the session. So I ask everyone who wants to speak on the ugly to raise your hand now. We will make a queue of operation, and that queue will be closed after a while. We will not accept any other hand after we closed the queue. And I would also encourage the speakers not to repeat what another one has been said. Let's really find out what are the different things in our region and not just repeat what another one has said. So I will start with, as it appears on my screen here, and that might not be the order in which you raised the hand. So first is Olga from Ukraine, then Nazar, then Rodney, Mohammed, Roberto, Marcel. Yeah. Olga, you have the floor, please.
My name is Olga Kirilyuk. I'm chair of Southeastern European Dialogue on Internet Governance, and I specifically wanted to speak more in this ugly discussion part because I think as many things in our lives, it's quite difficult to classify something as in these black and white colors, and many actions which have been actually taken by countries in our region in response to COVID-19 can be at this borderline between good and bad, and that's why we can sometimes refer to them as ugly. And I actually wanted to bring one very specific example with the tracking COVID-19 apps, because CIDIC has undertaken last year separate intersessional project which where we gathered the community in order to analyze what has been the practice in various countries across our region. And as you probably know, the region of Southeastern Europe covers 20 countries. So we wanted to see how the authorities actually replied to this new challenge, and we tried to analyze how these tracking apps actually influencing the human rights, the data protection, and the privacy concerns. And we came to the conclusion that with the best intentions that the governments might have had, at the end there was no proper human rights impact assessment, and there was no put in place proper monitoring mechanism to see whether those apps have been efficient at the end. But what has happened, and what is sure thing, that there was not always the proper data rights protection safeguards applied, and this is what we tried to do. We also drafted recommendations to the public health authorities and the developers of these apps to encourage them to use human rights oriented approach every time they try to design these apps. And back to you, Sandra.
Thank you, Olga. Next is Nazar.
Hello. Thank you, Olga. And one of the things that was ugly about the internet is that when the schools were, closed because of the pandemic, internet was nowhere to come to the aid of the students. So the learning stopped. Teachers could not communicate with kids to give them material to study. So I think the ugly thing was the internet could not come to the aid of the students and teachers that at the 11th hour. And also there was zero violation of privacy and data and personal data, because if you take your data, you don't know where this data is going, who is being given that data. So I think that those two constitute the ugliness of the internet. Thank you.
Thank you, Nazar. Then we have Rodney.
Thank you very much. Rodney Taylor, Caribbean Telecommunications Union. From our perspective, the pandemic has shown that global inequalities continue, in particular in relation to internet infrastructure, digital skills, devices. So the rich versus the poor countries, developed versus developing countries. And we have to ensure that there's meaningful connectivity where it matters the most. Small island developing states and underserved regions and groups. This is the perspective that I bring. We should set ambitious targets and make a global effort to address these inequalities and make sure that we make significant progress in the next 5 to 10 years in line with the UN SDGs. The metaverse is being touted as the next big thing or the next evolution of the internet. And will it broaden the digital divide as developed countries already corner the markets for digital goods and services and financial technology? Or will it make a real effort to ensure that the technology delivers more benefits where those benefits are needed the most? The internet has to lead to a better world, but it will not unless we make a collective effort to make it so. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rodney. And then let's continue with Mohammed.
Thank you. I think the internet itself is not ugly, but I think the attempts of governments to control and censor the human rights and the transaction over the internet is the ugly thing. It is in terms of digital rights in the North Africa region, and that goes to that the secret information about the situation of Corona, for example, is considered as national security question. The region witnesses many violations of digital rights, particularly the right to privacy, and witnesses the increasing in surveillance practices. As a result, human rights activists and journalists, students, doctors, lawyers, and even if the normal citizens who criticize the taking preventive measures by the government had interrogated for circulate the fake news. So now the right for freedom of expression and opinion is considered in North Africa as fake news. And this which directly violated the freedom of expression and the right to criticize. And this case is happened in the region, in Egypt, in Algeria, in Morocco, and Tunisia. And also the last thing I would like to stress also the surveillance practices and monitor and censor the internet and censor the human rights or the person activities in the internet can also affect some vulnerable groups like refugees. And if we come to the case of refugees, if the government has taken some action, this can result to deport this refugee back to his country of origin, which means that put this person at risk of maybe of death or detention. I think this the most, of course, this beside also, and there's some issue related to the data protection and other issues. Thank you.
Mohammed, thank you very much. And then let's move to Roberto.
Thank you very much, Sandra and Olga. It's great to be here with you. I'm going to switch to Spanish for this time, taking advantage of this great translation system. Bueno, la parte fea, considero que ha sido todo este tiempo que hemos estado aislados.
The ugly aspects of the internet. We spent almost 2 years on lockdown. We lived in isolations as individuals and as societies, while at the same time we were trying to make sense of the situation. We were trying to envisage life after the pandemic. So that is one point I wanted to raise. Another point is the fact that we were unable to communicate as efficiently as we are able to do that, for example, right now. The pandemic is still here, but the situation has improved. There have been a lot of novel ideas that help us to make our lives as normal as possible. So the internet has become one of our major allies. So that is a positive thing. However, as we have repeatedly emphasized here, not everyone has stable access to the internet, and that's something that we must come to terms with. In terms of the ugly aspects of the internet, let me tell you that I am delighted to be able to be here and share our experience with you. And I'd like to really think about how the internet has helped us. through the pandemic. I think we should keep up the good work. We should continue talking and exchanging thoughts and experience. We can see that everyone has similar experiences in Africa, in Europe, in America. So it's very important to compare our experiences so that we can draw inspiration from different countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Roberto, and I very much agree with you that we somehow have to continue on all the ideas and information that we get today. Marcel, you are next, and then Zaina, and then we finish and wrap up this third policy questions on the ugly. Marcel, the floor is yours.
Thanks a lot, Sandra. As I mentioned, Marcel from the Eurodec. I want to add something to Rodney Taylor's point about developing countries and economic weaker countries. The COVID-19 pandemic has put significant pressure on all countries, but especially on the weaker ones. They are suffering the most. So on the one hand, they have less monetary resources to support the companies and organizations within their own country. But on the other hand, they suffer from a rapidly growing shortage of skilled workers, as we learned during the Eurodec from the Albanian Manufacturing Union, among others. In the economically weaker countries, the qualified workforce often mitigates to economically stronger countries for various reasons, which increases the shortage of workers there and endangers economic success in the long term. And the kind of vicious circle begins or intensifies, which in the long term can become dangerous for the society in the respective countries. So we need to create new initiatives and support existing ones to digitally train job seekers in economically weaker countries and create incentives to stay within their countries and to support those. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marcel. And the last one in our queue was Zaina. And I said earlier the queue was closed, so it would be unfair if we allow more speakers now. Zaina, you would be the last.
Hello, everybody. This is Zaina Bouhab from the Lebanese IGF. My intervention would be about other type of crisis affecting very badly the internet. And I would like to switch to Arabic, please. كل من زار لبنان يدرك أن هناك مشكلة كبيرة تتمثل بالانقطاع اليومي للكهرباء وبسبب عجز مؤسسة
If you know anything about Lebanon, you will know that blackouts are a major problem.
بسبب عجز مؤسسة كهرباء لبنان عن توفير الطاقة تغطي مولدات الديزل هذا العجز.
It often happens that people have no access to power. There are problems with that. Sometimes the only thing people can use are generators that require fuel, and fuel is very expensive in many cases. And this has a very negative impact on access to even the most basic products. And it also has an adverse effect on access to internet. This is also a threat to the stability of internet. So power shortages and blackouts in Lebanon are a nationwide problem. Big companies are monopolists. And that's why in Lebanon we can see that access to the internet has been limited due to economic problem and shortage of resources. There are also other problems that we should be aware of related to the scarcity of spare parts and limited access to quality internet infrastructure, and that is something that hampers the development of stable internet access. So the infrastructure we have in place is not sufficient. There are other problems in Lebanon as well. And these include a shortage of qualified human resources, people who would be able to work in a hybrid model. It is very difficult for people to adapt and to start working remotely. They simply do not have the skills to do so, and that is a major problem that we can see in the public sphere, both in the private and in the public sector. So the only positive aspect is the fact that we are doing our utmost to build awareness, build awareness of how important access to alternative energy sources is. That is something that our country can be hopeful about.
Thank you very much, Sena, and thank you very much everyone who had the chance to speak, and even more to those who shared their thoughts with us in the chat. We have only 3 minutes left, and Olga and I were chatting how we can best accommodate, first of all, our agenda, but at the other hand, still ending in time. And Olga, we agreed to have a suggestion for the room. Would you like to tell us about this suggestion?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you, Sandra. You were giving the floor to me?
The suggestion we exchanged.
Oh, yeah.
How we are going to move forward.
This is a very rich exchange of ideas and suggestions. We move forward our discussion over in intersessional work. Sorry, I couldn't hear your last part of the comment, so apologies for that. And yes, let's follow the dialogue. I think this is a process. It's not the end of the dialogue. This should be taken into an intersessional activities that we have, which is very active. And I would say that the ugly somehow is linked to the good. You see, access to content. When it's not, it's ugly. When it's good, it's fantastic. So I think that's a remarkable thing. We should give the floor to our rapporteurs to make summary now. Judith, who was the rapporteur as well.
Hello.
Hello. Are you there?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Great. This is Judith Hellstein, rapporteur along with Muriel. So what we have found, and what the summary is that the good is in enabling digital transformation and enabling governments to digitalize services and bring things more to the people. The bad is that because of the lockdowns, there were a lot of schools that could not function, and kids did not learn for months and months at a time. And that was the bad part. And then the ugly part was that that there's a lot of bullying and hacking and the rising in suicide rates and people who are thinking that their life is over because they've been displayed all over the internet. So we just I think that highlights a lot of the good, the bad, and the ugly is that the rise in e-commerce and digitalization and bringing more services to the people, but also you have the hacking and then you have the cyberbullying.
Thank you, Judith. Thank you very much. So I think we are at the end of the session.
Olga, we are indeed ending in time, and I think Anya should be the one finalizing the session, but I would like to summarize that I would encourage everyone to make a copy of the chat, or in particular the rapporteurs, to take into account what has been shared in the chat and make that part of the final report for the session. And also what has been in the chat is basically the working basis for our way forward. And I really suggest to transform this rich session into something that keeps us together for a while and to discuss and come maybe up with policy questions. I think Anya, our coordinator, will have some good ideas with this as well. And everyone who shared ideas here should also subscribe to the NRI mailing list, because this is where the discussion is going to be held. And I'm very much looking forward to continue on this topic with all of you. And Anya, back to you in the room to close the session.
Excuse me.
Is Anya not in the room?
Yes, Anya is here. It's such a big room. It takes time to come from the first row to the podium. Huge thank you to Sandra and Olga. It wasn't at all an easy task, and I think you did an excellent job. Maybe an applause for Sandra and Olga. For our rapporteurs as well, Judith, Muriel, Ali, thank you very much. Such a challenging task in front of you, but we're looking forward to read your report. As Sandra said, it seems that there will be a number of action points which will probably inform and maybe navigate our work plan, the work plan of the NRIs for next year. We will do a debrief toward the end of this year, and from there we will understand what will be our next adventure in 2022. Thank you very much once again. I really enjoyed it. Thank you to all the speakers. You were excellent.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I hope I can see you in person in the near future.
Yes, indeed.
We all live in a digital world. We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, those of us who are with us, and good evening and good morning to those of us who are joining online. Thank you very much indeed for staying and joining this open mic taking stock session. And we only have 1 hour, so I will try, or we on the stage will try and be very brief and give the floor to the participants, both online and on-site, to give us a view of their impressions of this meeting, what went well, what we should look into, and any suggestions for next year. Just very quickly, once we've made our introductions, there are 3 mics here in the center, so if you do want to make an intervention, you can queue up behind any of the mics, and then we will call it per mic. The first mic closest is mic number 1, then mic number 2, and mic number 3 is the one at the end. And then we'll also give a chance for the online participants to also take. So we'll do it in a round-robin-like fashion. So with that, let me just do a quick introduction to the people who are here who will be listening, and they will also say a few words before we start, very brief remarks, and then we'll go on to the floor. So first, starting from my right, I'd like to introduce the chair of the 2021 MAG, Ms. Henriette Esterhuisen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shangatai. It's wonderful to see everyone here. I look forward to interesting and challenging and creative input.
Thank you very much. And then there is Assistant Secretary General, Ms. Maria Francesca Spatilazzano.
Hello, everyone, online and present here in this IGF, 16th IGF, 2021 IGF. It's really wonderful to hear all of you throughout the week. We try to follow all the sessions, but of course there is such a rich and diverse input. But today we have yet another opportunity, and I am really looking forward to your feedback. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Assistant Secretary General. And then we have online, we have our 2022 MAG Chair, Mr. Paul Mitchell.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon to everybody. It's a great pleasure for me to join the discussion today, and I do want, as part of my opening remarks, just to thank Henriette for her stewardship of the MAG over the past year. Henriette and others have gone before have really nourished and shaped the IGF and given life to this multi-stakeholder ethos. And we owe them a debt of thanks, and I'm looking forward to what comes in the rest of this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul. And then last and definitely not least, our MAG host country co-chair, responsible for overseeing the arrangements and the reason why we have this beautiful meeting, Minister Christoph Schubert.
Yes, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure for me to be with you today. Thank you very much for being with us the whole week, and I'm really looking forward for your comments or suggestions. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much, Minister Schubert. Okay, then we will open the floor. And we have quite a tight schedule because we do have the closing session, which is also quite packed. So for the first one, please, yes, just stand next to the mic. And please, can you please introduce yourself? And then once you've introduced yourself, stakeholder group, if you're talking in your personal capacity. And there is a 90-second timer, which I'm told will appear when you start speaking. So you have 90 seconds. Thank you.
First of all, it's okay if I'm allowed to take my mask. 90 seconds, I question that. Okay, I'm Mayad Adil, doctor, human rights activist from Sudan. I speak on personal capacity. Sudan is the country that had a revolution inspire the world in 2019, but with the authoritarian rule of military leaders that have a long history of shutting down the internet. I have attended the sessions of this IGF Poland, and by the way, thank you so much for the great hospitality and well-organized forum. As I was saying, I've attended the sessions and noticed only few speaks about government internet shutdowns. Obviously, it's not the favorable topic to be covered or favorably avoided, but it's a major dilemma. And I'm stressing on the fact that people's life was at stake due to those shutdowns, and allow me to explain why. In Sudan, ever since the telecom sector became controlled by the military leaders, the internet was suspended during the 3rd June massacre in 2019, right before Berlin, IGF 2019, and it was never addressed in those meetings. I attended personally. This shutdown that killed over than 100 peaceful protesters in Khartoum and lots of missing people until now. Sudan experienced another internet shutdown this year, October 25th, because of the military coup, during which another wave of human rights violations took place, killing over hundreds of people and leaving many wounded, all in order to prevent Sudanese people from documenting the military human rights violation. Sudanese people in diaspora use hashtags, a little bit. Hashtag like Blue for Sudan and Keep Eyes on Sudan to report and discuss internet shutdowns and call upon governments. Those social media campaigns work to bring international community pressure upon those military junta.
Thank you.
This is not exclusively happening in Sudan. Countries like Ethiopia, Togo.
Okay, right. Thank you very much. I would also like to just to point out that, yes, we do understand that these are very serious issues and they need to be discussed. And we are a bottom-up multi-stakeholder forum. So yes, we can discuss them, but we also try and refrain from naming and shaming as such. We would like to invite all stakeholders to come in from both sides and to hear all points of view. And you're quite right. There should be a discussion with all the stakeholders involved. But you can pick it up for next year and submit something.
Can I comment, please? So I would like to commend you for making that point. I think it's absolutely vital. It has been addressed at the IGF, and in 2017 at the Geneva IGF, there was a main session on shutdowns. Shutdowns are mentioned in this year's IGF issue paper. And I think you're right, it hasn't emerged as strongly as it should have, but it has been there. And I think the thing about shutdowns is, in fact, that they're not stopping. So I think, as Shengetai says, use the bottom-up process to put it back on as a main session next year. So it's not that it hasn't been discussed, it is there. It just needs more emphasis. And I think let's use the bottom-up process for next year to make, and you have the MAG, you have the incoming MAG chair listening. Let's make this, again, a big issue next year as it was in 2017. And to some extent in Paris as well. In 2018, it was also really profiled at the IGF. You're right, Berlin, not so much, but it's not that the IGF has avoided the issue. But thanks for raising. I'm from Africa. I feel very strongly with you.
All right. Thank you very much. Can we have the next, please?
Thank you very much. My name is Nenna. I come from the internet. I'm speaking on my personal behalf as a resource person to the IGF. This year, I'm thankful to Poland because they gave us meeting rooms, and what I did was to book a 1-hour slot for mentoring. And what I found out is what I'd like to report at this time, that there are people who are still very new, very, very new to the IGF. I met a lot. Some were MPs, some were participating remotely, and some were here on the ground. So I'd like to suggest that going forward, we might want to reach out to resource people who can hold mentorship sessions, especially for young people. And because I speak French, I was able to connect to a couple in Burkina Faso who could not make it, to explain to them why they had problems attending. So once again, if possible, the incoming chair, let's think of having resource people serve as mentors and our slot here and there. That's it for me.
Thank you very much, Nena. The next we have online, the Ghana Hub. Is it possible to give them the floor? We'll just give it a few more seconds.
Hello, my name is Sarah Naode Ayi from Ghana Communication Technology University, and I want to share my experience from the beginning of the summit to now. And I've learned that IGF has the ambition to highlight the Polish view in the global debate on the future of digital space, building a space which enables sharing knowledge, experience, and best practices. As we all live in a digital world, we hope that our safety is assured. I want to commend IGF for their contribution to shaping global views on the internet governance and other related issues, and for giving access to all stakeholders, regardless of their age, occupation, and interest, to get involved in the work of IGF. And I believe with the challenges echoed by the various countries, it will be sorted as soon as possible. And to IGF, Africa is ready. Thank you for the good work you have done and what you're about to do in the next future. Thank you for putting the people first. Ayiko.
Thank you very much, Ghana.
You.
Thank you. Next, microphone one.
Thank you very much. My name is Kassan Gabriel from Tanzania, and I'm also from the internet. No more silences. Digital rights are human rights too. Even when our voices shake, the internet has made us stronger to speak. And let's speak freely. It is a multi-stakeholder approach, and why do we still lack inclusion? I'm a testimony of the power of the internet, its might as well as its fragility. I have been casted as a dividend for having a voice and using the internet as a power, and also I have been celebrated for grooming and doing my part in selecting it. But what is the balance? Open, decentralized, and end-to-end. These are the pillars of the internet. Yet, an internet connected is still an internet that's isolated. We are big on policy. It is time we put faces, narratives for this collective innovation through localization, ownership, and importantly, empathy driven with humanistic approaches. George Orwell once said, "Who controls the past controls the future. Who controls the present controls the past." So think, who controls the internet? Is it truly democratic, and should it be really used for control? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please. Yes.
Oh, hello. My name is Cory Doctorow. I'm speaking in my personal capacity. I'm also from the internet. I wanted to continue Dr. Adil's statement, and she's kindly sent me a copy of it so that I can read the next 90 seconds into your record. Dr. Adil says, it is important to acknowledge that the UN considers cutting off internet access, regardless of the justification provided, including on the grounds of violating IP law, to be disproportionate and thus a violation of Article 19, Paragraph 3 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. The UN also calls on all states to ensure that internet access is always maintained, including during times of political unrest, which is, by the way, most of these countries had signed a law binding treaties like the ICCPR and the Human Charter of Human and People's Rights. I believe that's to be a UN charter. We should all activate the function of those law-binding treaties by work and function of it and then hold them accountable. Otherwise, the credibility of the UN will always be questionable. Therefore, why don't we see those major players here in one room when we talk about access to internet rights? Invitations should be extended to those government representatives and major telecoms companies to attend the next IGF in Addis Ababa in 2022 to be confronted by, or at least have a dialogue with, the African Youth IGF teams to make it a more relevant and political approach to reach consensus and reality-based solutions. I believe I'll yield my time there with 7 seconds left, but if anyone wants to continue the doctor's statement, she's right here. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Corey. Next online, we are back to the Ghana Hub.
Good afternoon, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. My name is Edward Anagonyo from Ghana Communication Technology University. I have some few questions here. How fast will our connectivity catch up if the rural areas and community is being connected? How possible will be able to reduce online harassment such as hacking into people's accounts? And how will we know that the information we are getting on the internet are accurate? Thank you.
Thank you very much for those questions, and these are certainly good questions for us to reflect on and to discuss during the IGF intersessionally and also at the main meeting. I will just go to Jorge Cancio, who's online again, because his hand was up before you came to the, okay, Jorge, please.
Hello. Hello,
Yes, we can hear you. Okay.
Hello, everyone. And this is Jorge Cancio, Swiss government, this time talking from Switzerland, where I went back after a couple of days there with you in Katowice. So first of all, I have to commend and thank the Polish government and the Polish community for making this hybrid IGF possible. So huge thanks to the hosts. Of course, also to the IGF Secretariat, who has been working hard all this, the whole year, and to the Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Committee for leading on the program. All of this in such a difficult situation. I think we were all waiting for enjoying the possibility of face-to-face discussions and contacts. At least it has been possible for some of us during some of the time, but also the online exchanges have worked very well. And I think the IGF has taken this year another great steps to adapt, innovate, and reform, and to get more relevant, as the UN Secretary General was calling for. So I'm looking forward to further progress, to continue bridging the gap between our discussions and the decision-making levels, especially next year when we will be discussing also the Global Digital Compact of the UN Secretary General. And I hope that we may continue this path as well as we did with Henriette Esterhuizen, with Paul Mitchell as the new chair of the Multi-Stakeholder Advisory Group. So thanks very much from our side, from the Swiss government side, and be sure that we will continue supporting this important forum. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hoya. Please.
Thank you, Vittorio Bertola from Open Exchange, private sector. I apologize, I only have a very practical, mundane comment on the structure of the format because, well, first of all, again, I think we should congratulate the MAG and the host country and all the staff here. They have worked hard for succeeding in holding the first ever hybrid IGF, not fully virtual, not mostly in person, and under such very difficult conditions. So I think we have to learn how to make this better. This was clearly the first attempt. And my feedback actually was that in many sessions here, it was harder to be the in-person participant. Actually, I think in-person participants often felt treated as second-class citizens without offense. Because actually in several sessions, I actually had to bring up my laptop and join the Zoom session just to be able to say, hey, I'm here, I would like to speak, because there was really no possibility for people in person to ask for the floor. And also there were lots of interesting discussions going on in the chat, which we couldn't attend unless we joined it. So maybe it will be the way to go that even local participants have to join the online platform, but we need to give some thought at that. And especially, please, I think you should consider using open technologies, open source technologies, rather than a closed platform like Zoom, which is also has proven to be also very insecure, as we saw yesterday. And especially the chat could be done through open standards so that we can actually make it accessible to people with all types of devices, technologies, and they are not forced to use Zoom as a client. And if there is no Zoom client for their platform, they're lost. So please work on this, and I think many people in the community would like to volunteer with the MAG to work on instruments and make this possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Thank you. Please.
Yeah. I'm Pons Lightyear, Civil Society Joko Labs. My contribution for the new chair of the MAG, Paul Michel, is to look towards a solution whereby we have a lot of MPs that have come here, and a lot of people don't, because there's a big disparity between people who really don't know their MPs, so whereby you can have a page for the next coming IGF, whereby know your MPs, which MPs from which countries are there, and what sessions they'll be attending, so that local NRIs can be able to engage their MPs better and keep them informed in the process. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you. Very good suggestions. I don't see anybody in the Zoom online platform who wants the floor. Does anybody want the floor here? If not, yes. There's the microphone right there. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Good evening to all of you. I'm from Niger, so I will speak in French. Merci à cette belle ville d'avoir organisé cette belle rencontre d'Internet.
Thank you very much to the authorities of the city of Katowice for organizing this meeting. Before, panelists touched upon some of the missing aspects at the forum. I like what my colleague from Sudan said, namely that the internet is a platform for the younger generation in particular. And so we need to think about the young people who suffer because of the lack of access to food and water, to safety, to free mobility, travel. Please let us not forget about all of the problems pertaining to migration, because over the recent years there has been a number of tragedies involving migrants. We will keep assessing the access to the internet while placing emphasis on respecting human rights, and we will encourage the government representatives to ensure that relevant policies are implemented so that the internet is safe and may be an instrument of development. We do need to improve different digital services, especially in the context of SDGs.
Judith.
Hi, Judith Hellstein for the record. So thanks so much for having this IGF. I thought it was excellent. My question and comment is that I wish we would revise the criteria for the fellowships to the IGF. Currently, people with disabilities or people from civil society or others who happen to live in the US or Europe and other developed countries are excluded from applying from the fellowships. And other groups have changed their fellowships, such as the ICANN, to allow people with need or other areas to apply for the fellowships. And so I asked this question of you and thinking of hoping you can revise the fellowships for the upcoming year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Judith. Yes. The point is taken. Yes. Let's just go online, and I'm so sorry if I'm not pronouncing your name properly, and it's Fayo.
From Myanmar.
Yes. If we'll just give it a couple of seconds.
Hello.
Yes.
Yes. Sorry, I just can't unmute myself. So, hello everyone. I'm Pure from Myanmar, and I would like to I want the IGF to encourage the NRI, especially NRI, for supporting in their region to initiate the local NRI and then to connect with the guiding the UNRI to be able to connect with the regional NRI as well. And also, I would like to request the IGF to support not only for the forum but also for the NRI sustainability as well. That is what I would like to reach out to the IGF regarding the internet activities, internet governance activities. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your comment. Oh, we've got a line. This is very good. Please.
Thank you, Shengatai, for giving me the floor. I'll be speaking in French. Mesdames et messieurs, chers collègues, j'aimerais tout d'abord profiter de...
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, I'd like to take this opportunity to extend my thank yous to the host country. Thank you to the organizers of this year's IGF. It has been a place of vibrant discussion on the internet, and it has highlighted the relevance of this multi-stakeholder model of decision-taking in the realm of the digital transformation. On the one hand, the debates have been excellent in terms of their quality and content. On the other hand, it's really important that we have this multi-language community that can gather at the IGF forum. We have listened to speakers speaking Spanish, French, Arabic, and this goes to show how important this forum is and how important it is to become ever more inclusive, also in the digital space. It also testifies to the power of such hybrid meetings. Thank you.
Yes, please.
Thank you a lot for the floor. My name is Katarina Vovsunovska, and I came here together with the delegation from the Youth Department of the Council of Europe. And first of all, I would like to say a huge thank you for organizing this forum. And it was a great pleasure to spend this week full of questions on governance, on global governance of these new technologies that already shape our everyday life. And as representatives of our new generation of youth, we always strive for engagement with policymakers, and we always want to not just to speak, but also to be listened and to be heard. That's why on one of the days of the forum, we had a meeting with parliamentarians, in particular with some members of the European Parliament, where we shared our common concerns about policy making on the European Union level. And we actually enjoyed this 1 hour meeting much more than a lot of other panel discussions, because we heard much more engaged, and we thought that next years, if they bring IGF with more formats like that, would be much better for our generation to be heard and to be able to participate in policy making, at least on this discussions level. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Yes, we have tried to make a marked effort since 2019, when we heard from the youth that they felt that they weren't really taken seriously at the IGF. So hopefully that has changed and you're seeing the improvement. Next, we'll go online to Jenna.
Thank you. Sorry, take me some time to actually unmute myself. This is Jenna Fong from the Asia Pacific Youth IGF, and I'm glad that I'll be able to connect remotely for another year to join Internet Governance Forum for my fourth year. I appreciate all the effort in allowing people from different parts of the world to join in this meaningful forum remotely. It is incredible, and I can see the effort of different parties and stakeholders involved in making this event happen. But I think we have been doing all this discussion remotely for almost 2 years now, and I believe it's almost time that we have to rethink our role in this internet governance community. I can see the effort of IGF Secretariat, NRI's and RL's effort in encouraging collaborations among all stakeholders in this critical time of the pandemic. But I believe what's more important at this point is to think about the meaningful participation beyond Zoom calls and more calls in the coming years, because we have to seek out new ways and make it more sustainable if this pandemic it's not going to end in any time soon. I believe with more resources or support from IGF and all other NRIs, with all our powers, we will be able to make our participations even better than before in an old normal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jenna. Please, next.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you're listening. My name is Lily Edinambuchi, and I've had a lot of comments from people around the youth. People are speaking about the youth, and this would probably be piggyback on what was said by the earlier speaker here and also what you shared with us. It's my third term at the IGF, and over the years, we've seen the increased participation of youth, and it's awesome. So the recommendation going forward from a youth perspective is to have the representation in the room and in sessions. Yesterday, we had an awesome session speaking about digital skill sets and issues from around the globe and things that were really affecting young people. And in the room were only young people. And so it just tells us, probably we're speaking to ourselves, maybe if our key takeaways and clear actions enter the bigger report, who knows, it may fly over many heads and probably wouldn't get the attention that's needed. So how